use this currency exchange machine to get some yen out. And the way this machine works is you put in your US denominations and it'll add it all up and tell you how much yen you're supposed to get. And then after you're done inserting, you press payment and then out comes your yen. And these things are like scattered all over Japan. I've used about like maybe 20 to 30 of these everywhere I go. And then when I got to this machine, I put in my US currency, but the yen didn't come out. And I was here thinking like, oh man, this is gonna take a while. This is gonna be forever until someone comes out here. There's like a phone on top of the machine. You press it and it directs you straight to the company and you tell them the problem you're having and they're like, okay, we're gonna send the technician out. And like 30 minutes later, he's here. He's clearing the jam, as you could see, and he's like sifting through the log.
Nero's indeed back. I won't be packing my bag though, so I'll get started on yours instead. Are you kicking me out of my own house? Jail. Wait, what? Well, I assumed you might want to take some stuff with you on the trip to Swarm HQ. I'd never planned a trip to Swarm HQ. It sounds like I'm going there whether I like it or not kind of energy.
Shop.
Nero's indeed back. I won't be packing my bag though, so I'll get started on yours instead. Are you kicking me out of my own house?
46 minutes until the reset.
Wait, what? Well, I assumed you might want to take some stuff with you on the trip.
I predicted back in 2020 that my DIY solar installation would pay itself off in about 6 years, and now, 6 years later, it's time to see if my prediction is correct. I installed 8 kilowatts worth of solar panels, which cost me $8,243 after it was all finished. Utah's current electrical prices have gone up 2 cents per kilowatt hour since I installed these panels, bringing us to about 13 cents, which means, drumroll please, we've saved $9,048.73. My solar panels have officially paid themselves off, and we are now in the green financially.
In 1942, chemist Harry Coover was trying to make clear plastic gun sights for World War II. He created a substance called cyanoacrylate and tested it. It glued the expensive lab equipment together permanently. Thousands of dollars of equipment ruined. 6 years later, in 1951, Coover was working on heat-resistant airplane canopies. A colleague spread cyanoacrylate between 2 prisms to test refraction. The prisms bonded instantly. They couldn't pull them apart. They destroyed another expensive piece of equipment with the same failed chemical. Then Coover realized what they had. This wasn't a failure. It was the strongest adhesive ever created. It bonded in seconds without heat or pressure, but early superglue was dangerous. It bonded skin instantly. Workers accidentally glued their fingers together and had to go to the hospital to get separated. People glued their eyelids shut. Some glued their hands to tools and objects permanently. Emergency rooms filled with superglue accidents. In 1958, Eastman Kodak finally released it commercially as superglue. It became an instant success despite the injuries. In 1940,
this man Tamiya has that dog in him. Not only could he have just figured out how to blur his eye to see Tao, this man went out the way and gouged his own eye out. This man Tamiya has that dog.
You see these little islands right here? These are the Seven Brothers Islands. They're cute little islands, aren't they? You know, just a bunch of like dry, uninhabited desert islands. It's actually a wildlife reserve for like marine animals and birds. But the Seven Brothers are in one of the most geopolitically contentious regions of the world. Because if you zoom out, you will realize that these islands belong to the country of Djibouti, just off the coast of the Bab al-Mandab Strait, which is one of the most heightened security maritime choke points in the world. If you want to go through this corridor, you have to position yourself just perfectly, otherwise things could get really weird. Why? Well, for one, Yemen. Currently, this is the state of affairs with the country of Yemen. It's kind of like 3-ish Yemens. You have the Houthi side in green, and then you have the PLC, or the Presidential Leadership Commission, which is the UN recognized side of Yemen. Then over here in the purplish indigo side, you have the National Resistance, which is pro-PLC, but it's independently operated by Tarek Saleh. It's the side that has the most drama with the Houthi.
In the Bleach manga, after Gerard smashed down Kenpachi, he then goes on to attack Captain Shorty, but he gets saved by Rukia's big bro. After saving him, Byakuya asks him to let go of his Bankai as he has reached his limit, but Toshiro said that it's just the beginning, and as the remaining petals
Gojo's students ponder the best way to motivate their teacher going into the most important fight of his entire life. They've never had any reason to doubt an effortless victory before this moment. Gojo appears before them completely transformed, devoid of his normally annoying and carefree persona. His intense, focused aura intimidates even the strongest among them, including Yuta, Maki, and Hikari. Yuji, however, isn't intimidated in the slightest, and tells his sensei that the infinity is getting in the way of a proper pat on the back. Gojo immediately relaxes and chuckles at that, inviting everyone present to slap him on the back before he departs for battle with Yuta Hime and Gakuganji accompanying him. Everyone there proceeds to line up and slap him on the back one by one. with each person providing their own words of encouragement and support for the fight ahead. With a completely confident grin spreading across his face, Gojo assures all of them that he'll come out on top no matter what happens. On the rooftop Shinjuku, Sukuna stands waiting for Gojo's arrival. Gojo's students ponder.
So imagine a colorful ballerina, beautiful and radiant, that suddenly gets hit by a cement truck and then the truck explodes and drowns in the river. But the ballerina somehow keeps surviving and puts the tutu back on and dances. That's basically Vanuatu, a country laden with lush, vibrant landscape and nature, yet almost every conceivable Mother Nature catastrophe besides blizzards has been able to successfully strike Vanuatu. And in a weird way, that kind of plays into their culture and daily.
My daughter loves your stream. Oh, she says you're her inspiration. She was also born with a horribly disfigured nose. And you've been amazing for her self-confidence.
How do you even come back from...
Is there a black person here?
What did you just...
After Teletubbies started filming, most people didn't realize the...
あれがかのアルゴー戦の大阪。戦場で偉そうな小僧が理想の国について妄言を吐いていたぞ。ふん、くだらぬ男だ。
確かにあいつは欲望に腐心した哀れな王であり、馬鹿げた夢を語る王であった。それゆえに奴は私の友だ。あの船に乗らなかった貴様が軽々しく蔑むことは許さん。
謝罪はしないが、二度とこの話題は口にしないと約束しよう。 あれがかのアルゴー戦の大阪。戦場で偉そうな小僧が理想の国について妄言を吐いていたぞ。ふん、くだらぬ男だ。
確かにあいつは。
More.
We just need a fit. I can ask my good friend Lily Pichu. You want me to ask her?
Oh, yeah.
Lily. I'm gonna break streamer etiquette too. I'm gonna ask her on stream.
Ooh, I like that. I like that.
Play League with us, or else you hate us.
I feel like that's like emotional manipulation a little bit.
She's also just like in the process of making the most beautiful music.
Her back is turned.
Absolutely jamming out right now.
You guys are playing League of Legends?
Wait, she sounds excited!
Oh my god, wait, really, guys? Wait, can I play? Can I play with you guys? Oh my god! I guess I could play one game with you guys.
Her stream just now making the most beautiful music.
Her back is turned.
Absolutely jamming out right now.
You guys are playing League of Legends?
Wait, she sounds excited!
Oh my god, wait, really, guys? Wait, can I play? Can I play with you guys? Oh.
This Danish brand came up with a genius business idea that keeps selling out. Instead of being just another tile company, they solved a problem every renter knows too well. Their secret? Modular tiles you can snap in and out whenever you want. No mess, no damage. You simply stick the base with double-sided tape, then click the tiles together to redesign your space in minutes. Perfect for people who love change.
赤毛混じりの金髪の騎士、コラ十中白ライオンハート、獅子神王だろう。なあ、獅子神王といえばどえらいアーサー王フリークでな、奴がどれだけアーサー王に狂ってたかっていうとな、こじらせすぎて自分が持つものには何にでもかの聖剣と同じ名をつけていたらしい。この剣こそは奇跡を追い求めた栄光への一筋、その意志を仰ぐ。 真偽の結晶である。悲しくも尊き夢は決して何者にも阻まれぬ果てへ至る。今ひとたび刻むその剣、それこそはエクスカリバー。
Nice. See the stick? It's a cool stick.
I created the Oculus Rift when I was 19 years old. Now that I'm working in the national security space, this is a new product that we just announced that the Army's
This is the man who inherited Kento Nanami's will. Takuma Ino steps into the Shinjuku battlefield carrying a weight much heavier than just a weapon. Facing Sukuna directly, Ino is fully aware of the massive power gap between them, but retreating is not an option. Gripping the cloth-wrapped blunt blade of his late mentor tightly, he charges forward. Although his attack is blocked, the King of Curses is momentarily startled to feel the effects of the ratio technique within the weapon. Just before Ino startled to feel the effects of the ratio technique within the weapon, just before Ino is kicked and sent flying. Being sent flying does not mean giving up, for Ino is a tenacious and calculating fighter. Amidst the chaos of the duel between Sukuna and Maki, he slips in from a blind spot. His surprise attack plan using Kaichi is indeed thwarted by Sukuna's nonsensical reflexes, which tear through Ino's body with a barrage of dismantle that sends him crashing through a window. However, that maneuver was a purely brilliant distraction. Sukuna only then realizes that Ino intentionally moved in empty-handed, leaving Nanami's sword behind as a surprise weapon for Kusakabe to execute from above. Ino's persistence reaches its peak when he plunges back into the fray and summons the giant dragon Ryu. Even though Sukuna manages to cleave the dragon, Ino isn't finished. In a crucial moment, he hurls Nanami's blade straight at the King of Curses. The throw misses, but it successfully creates a split-second distraction, a golden opportunity that Yuji immediately seizes to land his 7th crushing Black Flash. Even when Sukuna unleashes his domain expansion as a final trump card, Ino does not surrender to death. Armed with the simple domain he learned through training with Kusakabe, he endures the storm of lethal slashes until Todo evacuates him to safety. Extraordinary courage, isn't it? Ino has
What is this? Went black, never going back?
That is Catchy's Valentine's Day post.
But when this first came out, man, bro, there were some crazy
So essentially what
comments.
happened was a lot of white people on Twitter, this pissed them off so bad. A lot of their arguments were like, you are now going to unpure your bloodline.
Oh my God.
And they were dead serious about this. A lot of people were like, hey, Grok, show her with a black eye and a baby. Assume that she's going to get beaten and abandoned.
The bug shoots out a sticky goo, which is scraped off the tree and washed in a giant pot. Next, it's laid out on the ground to dry before getting stuffed into a long sock over a hot furnace. And as it rotates, the dried goo melts, dripping onto the tray below. It's then sprayed into an even layer and stretched by a worker using their hands and feet until it's nearly transparent. Finally, it's cut into small pieces, shipped to factories around the world, and mixed into candy to make it shiny. So when you bite into a jelly bean, you're basically eating bug goop. The bug shoots out. Place the steak into the pan.
Place the steak into the pan.
But don't season it at all.
Never mind.
Instead, chop fresh herbs on a cutting board.
The steak.
確認しました。確かにエスカルドス氏の言う通り。
ちゃんとそう言ってくれる所長さんなら、俺も安心して紹介できます。
Hard drive capacity for Western Digital is sold out for 2026. WD's CEO revealed during a company earnings call that they're pretty much sold out of HDD production capacity for all of this calendar year, with firm purchase orders from their top 7 customers. WD has also signed long-term agreements, LTAs, with 2 customers that extend into 2027 and 1 into 2028. This demand is driven almost entirely by AI data centers. Cloud revenue now accounts for 89% of WD's total revenue, while consumer revenue has shrunk to just 5%. Let's take a moment and wrap our brains around that. And obviously, it doesn't quite work like this. But at the Western Digital factory, okay, as the drives are rolling along the conveyor and dropping into the bucket at the end of the conveyor. Those drives, they're all done now. 1 out of 20 is destined for a consumer. What? 19 out of those 20. So for every hard drive you see in a consumer system shipping today, 19 more are going elsewhere, with 18 of them headed to the data center, to the cloud. Hard drive prices have already surged nearly 50% in the last 5 months, according to Tom's Hardware, following a similar pattern to RAM and NAND, which are also in shortage because of the current AI build-out.
Yeah, I figured this out unintentionally. I was trying to help someone configure a build, and the performance, was not very important. So I actually recommended the core most important thing was hard drive. So I recommended to get a hard drive. We checked the used market, because of course, and I was like, oh, everything's really high. I feel like these are just people expecting too much value, because the used market around here is
I know what I got.
Is not, yeah. The used market around here is not always super vibrant for everything. So it's okay, let's jump on stores, because I've seen literally during Scrapyard Wars, where it's actually cheaper to just buy a new drive sometimes, which is whack.
Yep.
But that has happened.
It's a thing.
So okay, let's just jump on the stores. Then I was like, what is going? Why are the hard drives so expensive? And then I started diving into things, and I was like, oh no, it's coming again, isn't it?
I found 3 WD greens, 2 terabytes each, from just to give you some idea of how old they are. They have archived footage from when we were at the Langley house on them. They were the old cold storage drives.
Yeah.
So each of them only has, I think, around a few dozen power on and off cycles and a couple hundred power on hours. I bet those are worth close today to what they were worth then.
Which is so messed up.
Completely wackadoodle.
Oh. Dan, chime up. Say it.
Yeah, sure. I didn't want to interrupt.
No, but
yeah, my NAS is nearing their 5-year kind of scary age.
No.
And I have 15 terabytes in there.
Oof.
I'm gonna be poor.
How much is that gonna run you right now?
Oh my God, Luke.
Please check.
Luke,
I'm working on it.
I have
a WD green is worth $80 for a 2 terabyte. Ooh. That's nuts. Okay, so no, they're not as bad as they would have been 12 years ago or whatever, but that's too much to be paying for a 2 terabyte drive.
You said 15 terabytes, Dan?
Seagate Barracuda is what I have in there right now, or Exos, something like that.
Oh God,
they might be the same thing.
Exoses were kind of cheap for a bit. Okay. In fairness, 4 terabyte drives are around the same price. Here's one from Seagate for $90.
No, he needs 15s.
No, I know. Sorry, I'm just talking about those stupid greens.
Is this a phase where you would expect to upgrade? Or are you looking for 20s?
If there's 20s, I didn't do the math recently because power on hours weren't getting too crazy, but I got to think about it. I was looking at SSDs and remortgaging my left kidney.
Yeah, that's
So yeah, 18s for a red Pro NAS drive is $400.
That's probably cheaper than it used to be.
I'm seeing $400 to $700 depending on the models.
Yeah, that sounds about the same.
But I'm also not seeing 15s.
The sweet spot seems to be a little higher than 15 right now. The 20 The 20 terabyte is $420. Nice.
Okay, so I'm fine then. Sick.
You're fine.
Yeah.
Oh, really? You're good.
You're buying 15. How many of them?
5
of those.
I mean, that's still
$2,000. And this is US dollars, sir.
Oh, okay. That's because I remember paying about $400 a drive 5 years ago.
Yeah, sorry, brother.
Canadian.
I'm seeing on the Canadian site, I'm seeing Iron Wolf Pro 20 terabytes for $600.
Okay, that's not that far off. He's getting 30% more capacity for about 30% more. It's not better. It's not like it used to be.
Pros too.
It's not like it used to be.
The price was always the same.
Where the price would always go down per gigabyte. But we talked about this. It keeps coming back to that bloody video I made where I was like, YouTube Premium should cost more money or whatever. What was the premise of that?
The title.
But basically, I was like, hey, look, you got to understand, Moore's Law is dead. The law of storage being cheaper is dead. This platform costs more and more and more and more to maintain. The more people use it, something's got to give.
Well, it looks like I'm not as homeless as I thought I was going to be.
Just a little bit.
John McGee, 1996, asks, is this going to get worse, or is there any indication of balancing out type of situation? Hold on, just give me 1 second. You can't see it, but this is I'm just going to polish my ball here. I'm going to gaze into it.
Consult the orb.
We're going full gaze here. I don't know.
I thought you were going to give some whole impassioned speech about trying to tell the future and stuff.
Nope.
And then, I don't know. That was good.
Like, and the thing is, obviously, I was kicking myself for not just stockpiling a bunch of DRAM, right? But I've been in this industry for so long. Do you know how many times I've heard, the DRAM's going up, it's going up, and like what, for a month or two, it'll trend up for a little bit, maybe for a quarter or two, but it always comes back down, because at the end of the day, it's people who, they earn their money working on all the forecasting for all this crap years in advance, that mostly have done a pretty good job over the years of predicting where demand and supply is going to go, and making sure that they're striking a balance between maintaining the profitability of their fabs and also not oversupplying or not undersupplying the market, making sure that they can supply all of their big customers, including direct to consumers. And I don't think there is a precedent for them f***ing it up this badly. Nobody saw this boom coming, and there is no quick fix. There's no let's just, I'm trying to think of a game where you were built, Anno. There's no Anno just plopping down a new fab, and then you run a little road to it, and now the supply chain is fixed. It just doesn't work like that. So, I don't know, because the bubble could pop, and if the bubble pops,
all these purchase orders just be sitting there.
They, as far as I can tell, they what are you going to do? Like, what's that famous saying? If you owe the bank $1,000, you have a problem.
If you owe the bank, if you have a loan from the bank for $20,000, that's a you problem. If you have a loan from the bank for $20 billion, that's the bank's problem.
Yeah, and
it's
so
not the exact quote, but something like that.
It's something along those lines. And in the same way, like, if this whole thing just crashes, there's literally going to be no one to, fulfill this $1 trillion RAM order, or, whatever magic on paper money has been exchanged in advance, or whatever commitments have been made. So if anything, there will be a huge crash in the pricing of this stuff, and it'll be a free RAM for all. But when that will happen, I have no way of knowing. If any, from my point of view, and I'm not a finance guy, right? Like, I'm a tech nuts and bolts guy. From my point of view, we should have all figured out that this is not going to result in the kind of revenue generation that would justify the investment that's going into it ages ago. We should already be there. So I'm just sitting here going, well, can I stay solvent longer than the market can stay irrational? The answer is no.
Yeah, Dan, check your email. Fullpin Chat's cooking.
Are they finding him deals?
Mm-hmm.
4. I think I might actually just need 4, which is kind of nice.
Sick.
Oh, get shocked. Sounds like a great idea.
Mega Cool asks, hey, question. Are tariffs responsible for this consumer hardware shortage at all, or is it really just because of stupid AI?
Just AI.
Tariffs aren't helping.
Yeah, but it's a shortage globally.
Yes.
So,
tariffs are not helping.
No.
I can tell you that much. But the shortage is a much more macro problem that is not to do with a tantrum that a particular world leader is having at a particular moment.
Does this affect you guys as a channel? Absolutely. In like
every day,
so many ways.
Constantly.
And every day. This hobby has never been more difficult to get into.
No, I actually wouldn't say that.
Ring true.
It's never been more frustrating to participate in.
Yes.
I'll say that.
Yeah. It was definitely a lot more difficult to get into in the like much more further past.
In the AT days.
Yeah.
Like where would you find resources to learn to build?
And I mean there was laptops that were $3,000 in like the early 90s.
Yeah, you go way back to like the hobbyist days.
Yeah.
And I mean,
so never mind, ignore that part.
Even from a pricing standpoint,
but it sucks right now.
You can still buy a sick game. I mean, I told you we've got that $1,000 gaming PC video coming. You can still buy a sick gaming PC for $1,000. We went to David and I. This video is coming out really soon. I talked about this one. We went to Costco, and we bought a great computer for like $1,250 US or something like that. It's a very capable little gaming machine. AM5, like modern platform gaming machine with it was a 9600. I think it was the XT, 9600 XT. Perfectly cromulent gaming card. I played some Expedition 33 on it, and I was like, "Yep, this is a gaming PC," and that's really great. It's really amazing that you can get into it like that. But it's also really frustrating that we had it so good for so long, and it feels like it's been torn out of our fingers. And the reason is the hard part. Like if Moore's Law was just dead and everyone was doing their earnest best to overcome it, and the answer was fake frames, I think everyone would go, okay, sure. But
not everyone, but
not everyone, but I think you get what I mean.
Yeah.
But if the reason that this stuff is not affordable and the reason that we're going the direction that we're going is because, I don't know, you, Sam Altman needs more RAM, then I think that's a lot harder to swallow. It's a lot harder to be passionate about, to get excited about.
I also think that, I mean, if companies like WD are having 5% of their revenue be consumer, and you see more patterns like what Micron did happening, where these traditionally known in the Western market brands, that's how I'll say it, start kind of exiting. I'm not saying Western Digital's exiting, but Micron did for reasons that Western Digital is experiencing. So it wouldn't be unreasonable to see other brands do a similar thing. I think maybe in a really weird way, one of the saviors of the desktop PC market might be China.
Oh.
Because there is a consumer market.
Yeah, oh yeah, definitely.
So like if certain brands are just going, well, all the money's in data center, well, that's not true. It's just there's a crazy amount of money in data center. So like, I don't know, somebody's going to step in, and there's a lot of very hungry Chinese companies trying to get into computer components. So like,
I think it was Hardware Unboxed that made a video on one of the Chinese DRAM companies. Hardware Unboxed. CM or CX rather. Hold on, CXMT, XMT, YMTC. I think one of them did 32 gig King Bank KFRW DDR5 6000 CL36 Soar Blade CXMT review. Hardware Unboxed. And it was like fine, I guess. That could help, but I don't think they have a ton of capacity, at least not right now.
Not right now.
Not right now.
I'm not talking about right now.
But that's the thing about China, is how long did it take them to build hospitals during COVID?
Like days or something. China builds hospital in 10 days.
That was nuts.
That is nuts. That is nuts. And this is a different type of scaling and a different type of building and all that kind of stuff. Sure. But like, if there's opportunity there, somebody's going to chase it. And if the traditional brands are going data center, that doesn't mean consumers are out of the market, right? Like, it's
16 minutes.
There's
Damn.
still a big market. We're still hungry. We're interested in things.
There's still billions of dollars to be made selling to consumers.
And I think consumers are probably less loyal than data center is. If data center uses something and it works.
Oh, dude, it's crazy.
That's where you have all those quotes of like, nobody was fired for buying IBM.
Yeah, dude. AMD has been, well, okay, it's not as cut and dried as AMD has been better than Intel in server for years, but they've been a very compelling option compared to Intel for years and years now.
No more
and
buying.
how slowly that market share...
Claim rewards. Claim rewards. Let's battle. 17 minutes? Damn, not a lot of time. Anime is not a fundamental part of American culture.
Hey, what's up, guys? Pierre. So today we're going to be looking at yet another example of a cultural or political
Wait, Bibu's playing Fortnite? Can we go play with her? Who's she playing with?
Is being derailed by a weird hyperfixation on a complete non-issue.
Why is that an Azur Lane?
In this case, it is anime. We're seeing a political pundit going out there and trying to demonize and also attack anyone who enjoys the medium of anime, and it's a complete losing issue. Now, the person in question is Matt Walsh. He is a conservative figurehead. I'm sure a lot of you guys are aware of him, and whether you like the guy or not, he has a very big issue with anime. Now, I will say, back in 2024, I saw his movie Am I Racist in theaters. I thought it was very funny. He basically went undercover and went into these DEI related...
So this is heartbreaking, depressing, and honestly a little bit of wholesome, but mainly it's heartbreaking and depressing, and it's not relatively good news. But I want to put a spotlight on this because I feel like this is very important to talk about, because there's various things I could talk about today, and there's maybe another video I have planned to upload today, but I want to talk about this first because I felt that this one in particular really hit hard, especially since I talk about
clank,
this
clank, 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 clank
on the channel. So to give a too long did not read or too long did not listen, this is a mangaka, an author of a manga series of Horizon, as you can see here, and I'm just going to straight up read their post. I was forced to delete the content regarding that matter. I sincerely apologize to everyone who supported me. I draw manga for a Japanese publisher. My work belongs to me, yet I cannot freely handle my own creations, and sometimes even this account. The number of overseas manga fans may not grow any further. Still, I'm glad I got to meet all of you. I always pour my all into the manga right in front of me. Other issues are insignificant to me. Well then, I'm off to draw a masterpiece. And they followed up with this. This may be the limit of promotion I can do, giving basically links to the Japanese sites to be able to pick up the manga, and since, you know, there is no official legal way to actually obtain it overseas. So let's kind of break this down into exactly what this means. And I feel like my post here really kind of talks about this and just simplifies it in a good summary. So a mangaka scanlated his own work, aka he posted his own manga online, on the internet for free for people to be able to read
the line,
overseas.
dude.
For instance, he did this because he wanted his series to get recognition, people to be aware of it, and to potentially grow the community to where one day maybe it will get picked up by a licensed distributor, maybe it might get an anime one day, just popularity. Because it's very obvious that we're in an age right now to where, manga offers can really blow up if there is a lot of publicity around it on social media. And it's very clear that's what this offer in particular wanted to do. They wanted to put a spotlight on their series, and they offered it willingly and for free on the internet for people overseas to be able to actually read it. Now, for complete transparency, I have not read this series yet that the offer posted, and according to what is stated here, they removed it completely because of the Japanese publisher behind the scenes. More into that in a moment. But the point of the matter is that this offer knew that there was no legal way to actually read his manga overseas, and so he decided to go out of his way and release it overseas for people to read. And I'm assuming they did their own translation into English. I could be...
Yes.
How are you fellas going to pivot when consumer computing is completely gone in 5 years? This is kind of what I'm talking about. Is like and it's not even just the work, right? We can actually do a lot of different things.
Oh yeah.
Where's a lot of the revenue coming from these days? That stuff. That's, of course, that's a little bit of it. But I'm worried about the hobby I've had for literally my entire... The memories that I have of my entire life is being interested in this hobby. From before I was interested in this hobby, I don't remember anything. There's it's been forever. And then there's what this will continue to do to the gaming industry. Gaming industry is in a really weird spot right now, and I think this doesn't necessarily help.
So, hear me out. We've had this conversation before, but it always felt kind of like, sci-fi and maybe someday and blah, 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 blah. And it always seemed kind of easy to dismiss. But I feel like it's time to have it again. If someone, say Microsoft, built a gaming experience that simply wasn't possible with many clients all over the world connecting to a central server to exchange game data. If they built a gaming experience that could only run on the big iron and that you remote into and it beams frames to you I know we've had massively multiplayer worlds, right? But I'm talking like a massively multiplayer world where it's just not even possible to run it on the client side anymore. Could you be convinced in this hypothetical, universe scale game where everything is physics based and everything's persistent?
Man, what happened to physics in video games? Anyways, that's a different topic. But keep going.
But let's say that by having enormous banks of AI servers and crap, they could model and simulate the world in a way that just wasn't possible to render locally.
Yeah, I mean, the more interesting part to me is the anti-cheating that comes with that. Yeah.
Could you be convinced to cloud game to play that? Let's say it was a game that had a moment like Arc Raiders is having right now. Would you just be like, let's go? Would you be sad? Tell me. Walk me through it.
So far, I've resisted. I haven't joined any of the subscription things. I haven't joined...
Oh, because it'd be a subscription.
Yeah, oh yeah.
Because you're running on their hardware at that point.
Yeah, it'd have to be.
Yep.
So I haven't joined Xbox Game Pass or the Ubisoft service or EA's thing or anything like that. Even when it probably made sense. When I'd be like, okay, there's some new shooter coming out.
Yep.
Maybe it doesn't even have a single player, or I don't really care about the single player for this one.
Yep.
And, I know my friends are only going to play it for 2 weeks. So,
whatever.
Really? Every single time, if I'm going to play that game, I've bought it. I have not joined the subscription services. I don't know at a certain point when there is no longer an option, which is the reality you're describing.
Yeah.
I don't know necessarily what I do there. I think there's definitely a lot of interesting aspects. The anti-cheat is very interesting. Would you still be able to cheat?
Absolutely.
Yes. But the level of cheating would decrease, and at least at the beginning, the barrier of entry would increase.
Using machine vision to read a screen and literally a robot arm to move a mouse and operate a keyboard.
Oh, you can still digitally send inputs.
There's nothing. I just mean that's sort of the ridiculous lengths to which we could go,
and people have
gone to make something that is completely undetectable by software.
But you could say because you can still read a screen and then snap to a head, but then like you said, still detectable by things, etc.
So like you will never be able to completely eliminate people who are determined not to play the video games that they pay for.
But I think it would make it so that it's not like one per freaking lobby like some games are right now. So like that is kind of exciting, but I don't think I'm romanticizing this. I think I'm always going to have a computer. There's like I spent it's kind of funny during the reno. I spent the longest period of time in my life since I touched a desktop without touching a desktop, because at work I had a laptop. And I would take that laptop home to, most of the time continue working, but also like if I play games or whatever, anything I did on a computer was on a laptop for a while. And then I got my desktop back. And it like shouldn't matter when you're connected to a dock. Like it does, and I don't know why.
It does. They're just not that fast.
I don't know like what it is.
I daily a laptop right now for work. I don't have a work desktop right now, and I haven't for like 6 months. And there's just
something about it.
Like I went to
being a big box on a desk, and I don't know why.
No, they're just I don't know. Yvonne,
desktops just feel like they work better.
Yvonne always would talk to me about this, like, and I kept telling her it was her imagination because it doesn't make any sense. But she'd be like, "Yeah, no, laptops wear out. They just like don't work as good after a while." And I'm like, that doesn't make any sense because
anecdotally.
I did it.
Like it just kind of seems to happen. Whether it's the way that these mobile chips have a tendency to be very bursty in their performance or whatever it is, like they just I don't get it. Right now it's an EliteBook X. An EliteBook X G1A. It's a Strix Halo, so it's like a $4,000 laptop that I would never buy. Because there's like things about it that are like broken level of stupid. Like it has by default the screen ships at 40 hertz. Yeah, I know, right? You can turn it up to 60.
What is it? An engineering laptop or something, or like what?
Like an engineering sample? You mean?
No. Why would it have a Strix Halo and a 40 hertz screen? Is it?
It's for CAD it's considered
something?
Like a workstation.
Yeah, okay.
Because it can be configured with up to 128 gigs of RAM, like Strix Halo, tends to do.
Yeah. I was trying to figure out like what configuration ever would someone buy that thing in when it's 40 hertz, and then I was like, okay, maybe it's just for CAD or something, and maybe they don't care. I'm not sure. Maybe they do care.
Like.
AI, I feel like if I was an engineer, I'd be kind of annoyed that my screen's running at 40
It can do
hertz.
60. It can do 60.
Okay. Yeah.
But it's like super dim. Like it's not. Like you compare this to like a top end MacBook right now, and you're like,
Yeah.
Not good. Not good.
Yeah.
But man, that's Strix Halo.
But yeah, I feel like I'm always gonna have a desktop, and if I'm the dude running a desktop off. I can only keep it alive through secondhand hardware because literally no one makes this stuff anymore. I feel like I'm going to be that guy. And does that mean I'm just aging poorly or whatever? Maybe. Maybe when I'm 70 and I'm still keeping my desktop alive, I will be seen as aging poorly.
Yeah.
But I don't think I care. I like my spot. I like having a desktop. I like how it works. And if that's the equivalent of having a Windows 98 machine now, I think that's still fine. Because I think having a Windows 98 machine now is pretty cool.
Yeah, I don't think it's going to go away, because you're not going to be the only millennial left in, 30 years from now. So...
I won't be 70 30 years from now.
Well, I will. Right there, buddy. Yeah, like I don't.
I'm just saying, like, and I'm giving a theoretical scenario, right?
And
whether it happens or not.
And I think that especially with how diverse the game development industry is, even now, and I think will become. I mean, that's something you've talked about a fair bit. This splintering off that's happening right now from the big studios. You're gonna have a lot of people who, in much the same way that game developers are spreading up who are nostalgic for the rich single player, like pixel art, RPG experiences of their youth, or whatever it is, right? And are trying to make that but better and more modern. I think you're going to have people making games that are designed to be played from the client side.
There's always the indie space.
Yeah, but and always, yeah, sure, always is a huge word, very loaded. Maybe it won't always, but in our lifetimes, I don't see the desktop completely going away. It might take on a different form. The kind that we use now might not make sense anymore. We're already seeing soldered memory make its way to the desktop, not because it's being crammed down our throats, but because it runs faster. Like the fact that Framework went that route was pretty mind-blowing to me. And the first thing I told them was like, hey, like, this is not that modular. And they're like, look, AMD literally like worked with us on this. You cannot build Strix Halo with memory modules and maintain the performance. And it's not that it needs it for the CPU, it needs it for the GPU. And the GPU is becoming integrated the way they are.
In a really weird way.
That happened. We went from that conversation, right, where Intel started talking about, the iGPU on the CPU becoming like very powerful and an important part, and AMD with their Fusion way back in the day, and the CPU and the GPU becoming integrated, and we all went, yeah, but iGPUs are so crap, they're so bad. I feel like it just kind of, everyone was talking about it, and it like definitely wasn't going to happen. And then there was a period of kind of quiet, and then it just happened.
Here's a really, how fine is the soldering on soldered RAM?
It's not that bad. Yeah, BGA RAM can be upgraded. A lot of the time, the issue around both that and NAND comes down to like firmware, handling the firmware. But no one is going to build a motherboard that is designed to have the RAM desoldered and resoldered onto it willy-nilly. And so because of that, you're never going to get friendly firmware, even from companies that do have the best intentions. And you can there are boards that allow BGA chips to just be like bolted onto them, but they're for engineering. It's not practical. The interface is way too expensive and bulky.
Just trying to think, like, is it possible that's the return of like repair shops, basically?
Yeah. Oh, 100%.
It might not even be upgrading, but it might be replacing, fixing, stuff like that.
Yep. 100%. Right. The other thing I was going to say is I think Strix Halo is just the beginning too. Yeah. Because one of the things that was most exciting to me about Panther Lake was not, and this is why I think our Panther Lake coverage back at CES was so different from everyone else's, because I was moderately excited to see Intel return to competition in terms of battery life, put out a really good iGPU. Okay, no, I was more than moderately excited for the iGPU. Moderately excited for the performance gains, and they moved some caches around and all that kind of stuff that they tend to do as they make a new chip. But what I was really excited about was the modularity of the underlying platform. Like, they've got all of this stuff that they were talking about for years, like Foveros, is like working. It's in shipping silicon right now. We can just like take out, and they talked about using third-party vendor IP. So the idea, like, holy crap, of getting something like the SoC on the Nintendo Switch, right? With like an NVIDIA GPU, but like an x86 CPU, and then like some custom, AI tomfoolery over here and whatever they want over there, and having like a mega chip on something like a Framework desktop, like a really compact desktop form factor. That's exciting. Mm-hmm. That's cool. And if they're able to do that, not on a monolithic die, right, but through packaging, then the yields might actually not suck, and the performance benefit of having it all tightly integrated might be worth the cost.
Maybe. Here's an interesting comment from FartMuncher69420 in Floodplane chat. Fartmuncher69_420 says,
nice.
I think enthusiasts will change to running servers inside their house instead of desktops. In my opinion, this is a really interesting comment because...
We've talked about that before.
First of all, we have. Second of all, in my opinion, if you look at like tech media, what is the only thing that like really feels like it's growing right now?
Building like local AI crap.
Homebrew.
Yeah.
Or home lab.
Yeah.
I don't know why I said homebrew, but yeah, home lab. Like and doing things like that. And that's a big part of the reason why I think it's growing, but also people are looking at like, oh man, like I've been mulling over this particular thought in my head for a while now. It's this like, you know, I'm not trying to be a gray man. I'm not trying to
a gray man.
I'm
is
not
that a thing?
Gray man, yeah, where you like blend in with the crowd and like you can't like you're all tactical, but people can't tell. I'm not trying to do that. I'm not trying to like hide from the government, whatever. But there's also like, you know, I don't take a picture of my junk every time I go to the washroom and send it to you. So why should I share all my private things with Google and everybody else?
Right.
So like there's people that are like, all right, there's a certain level of invasion of my privacy that is just like, dang, dude, maybe back off a little bit.
Right.
So I think people are trying to split off from certain major services, not out of, again, like
paranoia.
Oh my god, I need to be ultra tactical.
Sure.
But it's just like, whoa, like this is actually too much. I should probably own a little bit more of my data.
Dude,
I think these two things are happening at the same time.
We did an AMD Ultimate Tech upgrade. I guess we shot it a couple of weeks ago for Nate, one of our guys at Creator Warehouse. Did I talk about this last week?
I don't
Cool.
think so.
Okay, so we shot an AMD Ultimate Tech upgrade, and one of the things that he wanted was a NAS, which is like, yeah, you know,
Sure.
that's a thing that comes up on these AMD Ultimate Tech upgrades. But the difference is that Nate doesn't really do any video editing. Doesn't really want a Plex server. He doesn't do the stuff that we typically think of people wanting NASs for. And this was really cool and very exciting investment disclosure in Eshtec. But they have gotten to the point where what he was after was quite literally a matter of like maybe 10 clicks to get image set up on his, remember, HexOS is based on TrueNAS. So the underlying system is TrueNAS, ZFS. Good stuff. And he was able to get it set up with their pretty dashboard, get image installed and syncing from his phone in like, I kid you not, about 10 minutes.
Nice.
With no trial and error and no BS. And that was what he wanted it for. He had a kid recently. And he just doesn't want to upload to a cloud service.
Yeah.
Because there's a freaking limit.
Yeah. Like it's really not it's not edgy. But like you hear these stories, it's, oh man, this is gonna make conspiracy theorists like so. I'm not gonna say the word for it, but
wet in the panties.
Yeah, I guess. Yeah.
Did I help?
But it's not.
Why are they feeling like that?
It's not fear of the unknown. It's knowledge.
Did they see someone who's pro-consumer?
Jesus Christ.
Jesus can't help you where we're going, brother.
It's not fear of the unknown. It's knowledge of what's happening widely. Right? Like, you this is an old story, but you hear about the Tesla stuff where they were, like, sharing videos from inside of people's cars for fun on their Slack. Like, this is happening. We have accepted that even if a company is, like, morally perfect, well, they're gonna get hacked anyways. Like, it's if your data is just publicly out there, people are gonna get it. People you don't want to have it will have it eventually, and it's just like, okay.
Realistically, most people probably not that important.
Yeah, but
it kind of doesn't
maybe
matter.
I still don't want someone seeing it.
Maybe that just sucks.
Yeah, maybe that's actually an irrelevant part of this conversation.
And maybe we could just not. That.
Because I know that gets brought up too. And it's just like, dude, whatever. That doesn't mean I want... Yeah, I don't know. Just owning your own stuff, I think, is shifting from paranoid people and hyper enthusiast land
to normies.
To this is actually just kind of normal now.
Dude, I think that as cool as it was investing in Framework and as many good business decisions as I've made for LMG and mistakes, the investment in Eshtec and the timing for HexOS is going to end up seeming like clairvoyant when they get their product out of pre-release. And like, dude, the timing, like, I think they're aiming for.
Sorry, I'm going to jump in while you find that. Dark Guy said AI being trained on your junk for AI porn. See, this is part of my problem though, is like, you hear stuff like that and it's like, okay, maybe. I think he's probably joking, but I've heard more recently that apparently one of the ways that they prey on women is they look for when you delete a bunch of selfies, because it shows like a low self-esteem moment. And then they'll target you with ads for like makeup and cosmetic surgeries and stuff like that. Seriously.
That is
and it's
so
just like,
fucked up.
Maybe I'm just gonna host my own photos and you can actually off. I just don't actually want you involved with this at all. So there's a certain level where it's like, yeah, you're doing stuff with this information that is just not okay. And like that's, self-esteem issues in men and women are a problem, but I think it's pretty well known that like negative emotions and negative thoughts and self-esteem issues like that are much more heavily present with women. And it's just like, I don't know, get out of here. So if I can help solve that by like hosting it myself, yeah, okay, maybe I'm gonna do that now. Because I'm tired of this stuff, and I think a lot of other people are tired of this too. I think Instagram was doing that too. Yeah, I don't necessarily know.
So here it is. Q1 of 2026. By March 31st, 2026, we will have 1.0 of HexOS, which will include the local UI that people were rightly upset wasn't initially planned for the launch. Q1 of this year.
Yeah, and like that's awesome. And if you don't want to go that route, there's tons of other routes as well.
Yes, lots of other options. What I love about this one is the philosophy of making difficult and secure and robust simple.
But if you decide you're going down this route regardless, you can go that route and skip the steps. Or there's a massive, extremely vibrant community around doing it for free as well.
Yes.
Level 1 forums is really good for it.
Yep.
There's stuff on the Linus Tech Tips forum.
Lots.
There's stuff on Reddit everywhere. There's tons of YouTube creators. There's tons of people all over the place that would be more than happy to help you solve these things. The Discord age verification thing, people are posting about that as well. Like this is just another example of like, this to me is very clearly within the law mass data harvesting, and it's just everywhere now, and it's just too much. Just tired of it. Modern Standby won't drain your battery anymore, according to
Allegedly.
Microsoft. Windows 11, according to Microsoft, can also be used that way. Windows 11 background processes won't trigger Modern Standby issues, meaning you'll no longer see excessive battery drain when your machine should be in the S0 sleep state. Previously, certain processes were able to break the machine out of the sleep state without the user's knowledge, leading to unexpected battery use. And in many cases, it is now stored somewhere that it's difficult for it to breathe, so like a backpack or something like that, and it can also go into really, really bad thermal situations.
Yep. And those thermal situations can be exacerbated by the use of, say, for example, liquid metal thermal interface material, which when it's stored in a backpack, completely enclosed, and the laptop gets super hot for no reason whatsoever and is on its side for an extended period of time can lead to some pretty bad stuff.
Oh yeah. Oh, yeah. It can lead to unexpected battery use. Naturally, in a good environment, it can lead to other, even worse things in a bad environment. In newer builds, Windows will now try to prevent the PC from waking up. Without the user opening the lid or pressing the power button. The discussion question is, has anyone not employed by Microsoft confirmed this is actually fixed? I don't think anyone's completed testing on this yet. I'm sure other people are, and please check theirs out as well. But Labs is going to be cooking on this a little bit. We obviously have other things we're already working on, but this is something we will be looking to as well. So hopefully we'll have updates for you there. I'm sure there will be an article, if nothing else. And yeah, I hope other people check it out too, because this is going to be something that's relatively difficult to conclusively make statements on.
Okay, I have a fantastic test system for you. My Elite book that I've been daily driving lately is, I would say, a solid, like, 1 out of 8 times is going to be, like, piping hot when I take it out of my backpack. And so it comes up for me a lot, just because this is kind of funny. I haven't had a desktop at work for like a year. It was back when I did the Qualcomm Snapdragon 30-day challenge.
Yeah.
I stopped using my desktop because I was supposed to be using Snapdragon for a month. And then I had some issues with my NCIX PC desktop. And then I just never went back to not just using my laptop on a dock. Even though I went back to x86 more recently with a Strix Halo machine. So that HP, I don't know that I would necessarily blame HP for this, but I run into this all the flipping time, and it is so freaking annoying.
People are very rightfully pointing out that MacBooks don't really have this issue.
Nope.
And also pointing out that Linux laptops don't really have this issue.
Nope.
Yeah, that's totally fair.
I mean, hey, we're kicking the Linux challenge off, I think, in this next coming week, right?
Yeah.
And I told Elijah I want 5 drives. So my desktop upstairs, my desktop downstairs, my work laptop, my handheld, and then I think there was one other one. I was like, I'm doing it. Luke, I'm going for it this time.
Yeah.
I'm not going to touch Windows for a month.
Do we help each other at all?
Interesting. No.
Like how, like...
Because, okay, so here, hold on. Let me put it this way.
Because I think I agree with you, but I have some comments.
Because I would think, a very community-driven initiative like Linux, right? You would think, well, yeah, community is, well, why not your immediate community?
It's part of it, right?
Yeah, and if your community was like Linux noobs, who are also on this journey at the same time, I would say that is kosher. I'd say that that's fair game. But I don't think some of the other folks in our cohort would really qualify as a Linux noob. And then where do we draw the line? Like, am I allowed to call Wendell? I feel like for me, I kind of still want to be me. I'm not going to completely pretend to not know anything because this is not my first kick at the can. But I'm not going to just leverage the resources that I have. I think Elijah has a line in the script that's something along the lines of, like, not everyone has Torvalds on speed dial, right? Like, we can't be us either. It has to be somewhere in the middle.
Elijah just trying to flex as per usual. Yeah, okay, fair enough.
I mean, it's a pretty cool flex.
Yeah. Yeah. I'm not sure how this is going to go for me. I think
yours is going to be kind of boring. Just because you're, like, dailying it already.
Yeah. But, like, it hasn't truly been daily because that laptop has had so many hardware issues that it's been bouncing back and forth between getting serviced and coming back to me that sometimes I end up back on Windows for a while and then I go back to running various versions of Linux. Linux has genuinely never been the problem, and I have verified multiple times that it happens. I have 2 drives in the machine now, so I have one for Windows and one for Linux. Well, not realistically. I have one that is split in half for Windows and Linux, then I have a storage drive, but whatever. You know what I mean? And yeah. They want me to like try to verify that it's working under Windows because they just don't believe me. So it's like, okay, I'm running Windows and I ran into the same problem again. Thank you, please fix. And then after I have it for like a little while, if I know they're going to repair it, I go back to Linux anyways because that's what I want to be using. But I've been like verifying the issues within Windows. And it's a problem in both. It's definitely like hardware issues with the laptop. It has nothing to do with software at all. But so yeah, I've been bouncing back and forth. So I can't quite say that I've been dailying it, but I have been fairly actively using it for a long time now, and feel pretty comfortable in it. But I'm also not really gaming much on that laptop. I find personally, and I'm genuinely not intentionally calling anyone out here, but even a video that I publicly said I liked a lot, and I do like a lot. Whenever you see creators do like Linux iSwitch challenges, it's always framed as a challenge, and that always involves doing things that are particularly difficult in Linux.
I don't even.
This stood out. Hold on, let me finish talking. This stood out to me because when I switched Linux on my laptop, I just did what I always do, and it was literally never a problem.
All right.
Ever. But everyone always has like a thing, and it's very common that it's creators, and creators always have to edit videos, and this is like a known problem, is that like Premiere doesn't work very well.
Right.
So they run into like the editing videos problem, and then they're like, oops, it doesn't work. And it's like, yeah, okay, well that was predictable because all the other iSwitch videos also tried to edit videos and also had problems. So it's like, yeah, I don't know.
Let the record show that right there was definitive proof that anything can happen once. Luke did in fact get to finish talking. But I'm still going to jump in now that you're done and defend myself.
Yeah.
I don't think anything that we tried to do as part of our last I Switched was unrealistic or unreasonable. Because I wasn't trying to edit video.
Our last iSwitch was pretty,
I don't edit video.
Our last iSwitch was pretty successful though.
I mean, I had a lot of issues.
I'm not necessarily saying I had a problem with our previous run at it.
Oh, okay.
I just like in general, I think the I don't know. I would implore the audience to pay attention to the things that, you know, we, the three of us, or anyone else has actual problems with, instead of just their conclusion being that there was some problems with what they were doing. Like if they play, you know, if you play games that are Proton Platinum and you just run some basic applications and spend the vast majority of your time in a web browser, like an enormously massive percentage of users, then in a lot of cases, you know what, I actually won't say this as a definitive statement. I suspect in a lot of cases it's going to be totally fine, but we'll see how it ends up going. Yeah.
All right. I can't see Dan's
Luke's saying there's a negative connotation to challenge that suggests there was a problem. That's part of it, but I think it's that is definitely part of it. But I also think people put themselves in situations intentionally sometimes. It's like the whole throwing for content thing, right? You put yourself in situations intentionally that will cause contention and will cause issues, because that is insanely more interesting on camera. If I went to explain my laptop experience with Linux on camera, I would sit down and be like, it was fine. I used a web browser and it was fine. I didn't have any problems. I had to Google how to update it, and then I went, oh, okay, that's how, and then I updated it and it was fine. Like, no one's gonna care about that. So you have to like do something. Like, they're literally promoting Linux by putting it in difficult situations that it's not gonna do well at, because then at least more people will see the video and you might get more people to adopt it. Like, I'm not going after the creators here, to be clear. It's a complicated situation. I just want people to understand that, like, just because it has problems doing certain things doesn't mean that it will always, for one, and for two, doesn't mean that you're necessarily doing that. How many people in the audience are actually editing videos?
Okay, that is such a hilarious thing for you to bring up, because so much of how we make decisions is totally not based on what we actually do.
Dude, we
And
know
it's
about
based
that
on
from
what
GPU review videos that we make.
Oh yeah, and look at Apple's marketing. How laser focused are they on on how creative you can be with your iPhone? And there is absolutely a subset of the users that are, going to be, the next filmmakers, the next generation of filmmakers. But there's also a lot of users that are just sitting in Starbucks browsing Facebook on their MacBook, and that's all they were realistically ever going to do on it. And they could have had a Chromebook, and they would have had quite literally exactly the same user experience.
Yeah, my phone is largely sold on its camera, and 90% of the photos that I take are of my parking spots. That's
the most Luke thing you've said at least today.
I was reviewing my photos from New York, and it's it's where I parked my car at the airport. And that's like it.
It's funny because there's certain things that you do and there's certain places that you go that you take a lot of pictures.
That is true. That is
like
true.
When you went
I
to
took
that,
a bunch
like,
in Alaska.
And that get away from it all place you went in Taiwan.
Yep.
You took a ton of pictures there. Like you were behaving like a relative I haven't seen in a couple of years. How many pictures you wanted to show me? Like it was crazy.
Yeah, that's true.
But other than that, like you almost seem weirded out if I pull out a phone at dinner and I'm like, let's take a picture. It's like, why? To what end?
Yeah, for some reason, my brain's like, people or building? No. Leaf? Yes.
Yeah, sure.
Rock? Yes. I don't know why.
Parking spot, triple yes.
Yeah. For sure, every time. NVIDIA's stuff. Should we talk about that?
Oh, right. Yeah, I was going to talk about DLSS 4.5. Okay, so this was like the first time that I can remember that NVIDIA has undersold something. When we were talking
they've oversold literally everything since the 1000 series launch, in my view.
Really? 3000 series was pretty sick.
You don't think it was... They fibbed some stuff in their keynotes?
3000? I think the one thing that you could go after them for 3000 series was that 8K gaming on the 3090, while technically true, we tried it. It worked. It was like unnecessary. And I don't think that's a fib so much as a misread of the direction the market was going. Like there's a lot of games that you could game at 8K on a 3090. 3000 series is pretty sick. Okay. I don't know, man.
All right, fair enough.
Chad, if you they're still just talking about like President Richard Tater over here.
Maybe I'm conflating the price jumps around that time.
Well, right, but that was
MSRP stuff.
That was partially NVIDIA's, participation, but also a
all
larger.
I know is that I was frustrated with every one of them.
At launch, it was pretty great.
Okay, cool. All right, fair enough.
So okay,
DLSS 4.5.
So DLSS 4.5. So when we're doing the pre-brief, they're walking us through it, and they're basically like, yeah, so we think this is as big a leap forward as DLSS 4.0 was in terms of image quality compared to what came before. And it's trained on like 5 times the data, or 5 times the compute was something, whatever metric they're using. And it is like in many cases closer to ground truth than what we call native rendering these days, which is actually not compared to the like many samples that they're taking for their reference images that they're using for comparison to benchmark the image quality of their model. And like our first question was, okay, if I'm to believe any of this that you're saying, then why did you not call it DLSS 5 with the second gen transformer model? And they basically went, well, it's a second generation of the transformer model. We're not actually adding anything new. We have more multi-frame gen, but it's just more multi-frame gen. So
that's actually quite logical.
We arbitrarily picked 4.5.
Sure.
And that kind of got me going, okay, well, then there's no way that it's going to be as big of an improvement as they claim that it is. Because there's no way that NVIDIA would have missed an opportunity to market something as the best thing ever. You need more green in your life. Like, there's no way. So I get into the booth and I'm like shooting my intro and I'm kind of, dunking on AI a little bit. We have stupid AI cartoon Jensen holding a bubble wand and like, we're kind of teasing them a little bit, and then I get in front of the system, and I'm like, holy shit, like this looks really good. And I saw a fair bit of criticism on the video that I didn't move the character in Black Myth Wukong. That was only because they had the character in like exactly the same spot on both systems, and I told them I wouldn't, but I could pan the camera, like I could move the scene. And then the other one where they didn't just not want me to mess up their demo. I was allowed to do whatever I wanted with it. That wasn't NVIDIA hiding anything. What's up?
Sorry, the top comment on this video. This NVIDIA video that you did, the top comment is, how long before fake frames become real frames and NVIDIA has to make fake frames out of fake frames?
Yeah.
I don't know. Just reading that and then can't wait for 5090 performance on a 6050. Both of those just got me giggling.
They hit pretty hard.
Yeah.
Anyway, I got in front of it and I'm switching between the two models. So NVIDIA had set up for their demo so that you could switch between old DLSS and new DLSS. You could just have a hotkey to toggle the models. It's like, wow. The boiling is so reduced. The general sharpness and clarity is so much better. And when they told me in the pre-briefing that it was going to help with HDR, I was like, what are you even talking about? That doesn't even make any sense to me. But then once I saw it in action, I was like, oh, okay. So it doesn't make your monitor brighter, obviously, but it does a better job of detecting glowing objects and particle effects and things in motion that are supposed to be bright. So yeah, it doesn't make your monitor brighter, but it does make the HDR effect more impactful.
Sure.
It is a marked difference in image quality to the point where I was looking at it going, for the first time, I would just turn this on. No brainer in any game that it looks this good in. And like multi-frame gen, obviously latency is still going to be a thing, right? But NVIDIA actually, to their credit, mind blown, had their demo set up for what's that game called? The like the space exploration, the sequel. Help me! What game was that?
Space exploration sequel.
Yeah, Outer Worlds 2, thank you. So on Outer Worlds 2, their frame gen demo was running on, I think it was like 5060 Ti's or something like that. Like they didn't just show the top
here's a
end
5090,
the top end card. They weren't showing here's a card that doesn't even need 6x frame genning 6x frames and getting 700 FPS or whatever. That they could have done that demo, but they chose instead to do Outer Worlds 2, which was using up to 6x frame gen and delivering, yes, high latency because it's generating more frames than it's actually rendering, but a very smooth animation experience. And it's important to understand what the point of the demo was. The point of the demo wasn't, this is how I would play this game. I wouldn't. I would turn down the details.
Which even the NVIDIA people, and I trash on their communication sometimes, but even the NVIDIA people very openly admit.
Yeah.
They wouldn't always even run it on at all. And when they do, they would run it at various settings, and this is why they offer you those things. I do respect that.
So the point of that demo wasn't, this is how I would run this game with 50 plus milliseconds of latency. The point of that demo was, how good do these generated frames look? and they look shockingly good for how many of them are fake frames, are generated frames. I am... Dark Guy 2 says, pretty sure Jensen and other top people just don't care about gaming anymore and leave it to the lower teams. I don't know. Everything I've heard about Jensen is that he's like sort of a micromanager
Involved with everything,
and
yeah.
like very involved. But I don't know how true that remains. He's been doing a lot of more like PR, like being a face of the company stuff lately, so, like interviews and things like that. So I don't know. I've met the guy, but I don't like know him, so it's hard for me to speculate on that. Anyway, yeah. DLSS 4.5, the new model, and you can try it for yourself. You don't have to take my word for it. You can just go, and if you go in the GeForce app, if you have an NVIDIA card, fairly recent gen, the older cards have a bigger performance hit on it, from my understanding. But you go into the NVIDIA app, and then you have to find the option to opt into beta and experimental features, and then you just wait. As far as I can tell, they might have a check for updates now button. I couldn't find it when I was trying to set this up at a booth, and I was in a hurry, but I couldn't immediately find it, but I just waited a while, and eventually it prompted me to restart the NVIDIA app. Just make sure you got the latest drivers, and then you select Model L or Model M, depending on your use case, and you can go find information on which one is best. And I turned it on in the MSI booth in Borderlands 4, and it was just like, wow, this is really good in this too. So I've seen it in Outer Worlds 2, I've seen it in Black Myth Wukong, and I've seen it in Borderlands 2, and it just looks really, really good. For the first time, I'm like, okay, well, this is just the future then.
It's interesting to me because, like, you know, I don't love the, I can understand it, but I don't necessarily love the, like, developers just suck and need to do better argument.
That is such a just lazy,
but
broad strokes.
Yes, but
nonsense argument.
You look at Arc Raiders and Embark, and you look at 1080s running that game north of 60 FPS.
Yep.
And it's like, oh man.
Well, it comes down to what you're trying to do. Some games are about lighting and ambiance, and some games are about making sure that
it looks great.
There's different ways to make a game look great.
And it's not the best looking game.
Yeah. So like, okay.
Yeah.
And
it's we're in it's such an interesting crossroads. Because on the competitive side, you don't want that input latency.
No, I wouldn't use any of this stuff for a competitive title.
But then,
of course not.
It is super interesting.
Actually, upscaling maybe. That's a longer conversation. But frame gen, absolutely not.
And there's always been different settings depending on if the game is competitive or single player, whatever.
Yeah, totally.
But this is like a very deep divergence in like how your computer is going to feel, depending on how you set things up, in my opinion.
Well, I mean, again, that's where GeForce app comes in, where it's supposed to, you just click a button and it gives you the optimal settings.
There was a crazy thread where a buddy and I were playing a game and he was having some performance issues and we were trying to figure out what the heck was going on. Because it was weird. He had like 25% GPU utilization and was getting 40 FPS.
Okay.
Like just odd.
Oh boy, here we go.
Googled it. Brought him to a Reddit thread. The top voted comment was, click optimize in the NVIDIA app. Top voted comment. Not like everybody was just like, yeah, duh, do that. Not a debate really. Just click the optimize
No
button.
like, conversation or anything. Just like what it could be, what it couldn't be, what you might prefer versus what you might not prefer.
Nope. Just click the optimize button.
And did it work?
Yeah.
Cool.
Crazy.
Jeromer in Floatplane chat goes, DLSS will become like the lossless / compressed debate in audiophile circles.
I've seen, it might have been Jeromer the previous time too. I saw this earlier in Floatplane chat, and honestly, if we're looking years in the future, I could maybe see that, especially if they figure out the latency thing. I'm talking like, that's tough.
Theoretically, Reflex 2 is the solution.
Will solve it or reduce it?
Reprojection, yeah. Solve it. Like, be better than native. Like, it's already used in VR. And they're clearly working at it. If you wanna familiarize yourself with the idea behind it, Here, we actually did a video on this a number of years ago now, I think. Linus reprojection thought of this here. Hold on. It's called I'm Embarrassed I Didn't Think of This, Asynchronous Reprojection. It's super cool tech, and the original source is actually here we go. So there's Comrade Stinger's original video and download links, so you can like play around with it, and then 2 Clicks Philip did a video about async reprojection as well. Oh, hello, hold on a second. YouTube? Oh, well, that's interesting. My browser tab just like stopped working. Anyway, the point is, what it does is it...
Couldn't you still be shooting at a phantom?
You could, but there's already latency latency between you and your opponent anyway.
Yeah.
We just compensate for it. In the same way, we compensate as much as we can. So what async reprojection does is it decouples your inputs from the game's frame rate. So it moves opponents and other objects based on the updated data, but your interaction with the engine is completely decoupled and buttery smooth. So theoretically, there should be no downside as long as, wait for it, as long as you're still running at like a reasonable frame rate, but it will feel so much better.
That sounds like it's great for input lag, but I still feel like you might have issues with the whole shooting at phantoms thing. I don't know if this solves competitive gameplay.
So,
I might be misunderstanding something or just not very familiar with this.
No, there will still be disadvantages to having a low... Hold on, I'm actually just trying to think. No, hold on a second, because like if you're trying to snipe like a pin-sized head on a hill far away from you, then
Sure.
yeah, they could move enough that it could be a problem. But if you're in like a close quarters shotgun fight or something, I kind of doubt it. I think you could be not shooting at phantoms. There will always asterisk, like functionally always, be purists and very, very high performance like esports athletes who will just simply need a 9090 Ti Titan or whatever.
The thing that I'm trying to ask isn't even necessarily for myself. Like, is this going to make a difference for me? Realistically, no. But like, is Shroud going to turn this on?
Probably
insert other name. I don't know, whatever. But like, yeah.
So here we go. Okay, I've got my stuff fixed. So with just a few clicks, asynchronous reprojection demo takes 30 FPS and makes it feel like 240 FPS. And it's kind of hard to tell, but we have often done a pretty bad job. There we go. So this is what's happening. It's taking each one frame that you get, and it is decoupling your inputs from those updates.
No, I get that.
So at 30 FPS, it's what is that? 33 milliseconds. At 60 FPS, that's 16 milliseconds. That is freaking not a lot of time. So if you're running the game at some like reasonable refresh rate, 16, or let's say you can get 100 FPS. So now we're talking about more like 10 milliseconds or whatever. Would you rather have your inputs at 1000 hertz on a 1000 hertz monitor, even knowing that, you know, the objects could be 100 milliseconds out of date or whatever, but probably not? If you tried it, pretty much everyone we put in front of it was like, holy crap, this is amazing. I would love this so much more.
Yeah, my problem with the thing that I'm describing is you wouldn't really be able to tell super easily without like analyzing individual, like in a first-person shooter game or something where if you're fighting with like blades and it's physics-based or whatever, you wouldn't be able to tell without analyzing.
But there's already so much slop in any kind of multiplayer game because of network latency anyway, that
It's gonna be tough to
I just
figure
don't
out.
see this being
Again,
the main issue.
For me, does this really... nah, it's probably fine. Whatever. I didn't have a desktop for a long time. I have a desktop again. I was quickly reminded that I am now older and slower than I used to be. Nice. It is what it is.
Also rusty, but
yeah.
Also the other thing.
Yeah. And you know, like I do okay, but like it's not. I'm not a competitive gamer, and I have long accepted this, and that's fine.
Me too. Even more than him. Not that it's a competition, but I have hardcore accepted being non-competitive more than he has.
Yeah, I still try.
Yeah. There's no point for me.
But yeah, I'm wondering about like the super optimized situation for someone who is genuinely in that level of competition, trying to do that thing.
Yeah.
Is this viable? That's the part where I'm wondering.
I don't know. I don't think we're going to know until we actually get Reflex 2 or 3 or 5 or who knows, right? Because clearly this was working well enough that someone was able to put together a very compelling, very exciting demo years ago. It's already working in VR games and used very actively. And NVIDIA, it has been cooking on this for presumably this whole time. And they don't think it's ready yet. So
yeah, it'll just,
we'll have to try it.
Because the reason for bringing this up is the whole lossless versus compressed audio thing.
Yeah,
is like effectively universally used, in my opinion, except for I wonder what DMS would say. I wonder if he uses lossless or not. I'm actually not sure. He does use lossless? Okay.
I'm not convinced that he actually thinks it matters, though. I think it's one of those, I can, so...
If your equipment's good enough, you can hear it, but there's diminishing returns.
Okay.
Can hear it compared to what, though? Compared to, like...
not high quality.
Yeah, compared to streaming or like compared to a CD?
Well, CD is pretty much indistinguishable, right? Redbook's pretty damn high.
Well, so that's
compared to an MP3.
Sure.
Definitely.
That's what I'm talking about here. Is like when we say, can you hear the difference from lossless? I think what Luke was getting at, lossless compared to any kind of lossy compression.
Decently high quality.
And I am personally not convinced, and I don't want to put words in DMS's mouth, but I'm pretty sure we've talked about it, and high quality compressed audio is pretty darn good.
Absolutely.
Something's happened there. I think that's part of the mystery, right? What the is that meant to be a SFIT, by the way? I think that's meant to be a cinematic SFIT. I mean, this would imply that the universe forgot its rules because everything's like wibbly wobbly at the moment. So maybe this is gonna be the timeline shit happening. Now this is 28-27, which is what? 33 years after Marathon 1, which would be still a decent time after Marathon 2 as well, which would mean when's Marathon Infinity set? Do we know how many years Marathon Infinity set after? Is it immediately after 2? Yeah, it's like telling you right at the end of 2. Because... well, I mean, technically it's set during 2 because you're like time jumping, aren't you? Yeah, like technically it's at the end of 2, but you're jumping back through 2, so it's like... well, you're jumping back through 2 and 1. And then when Infinity ends, you're just back at the end of 2. I think it goes. Thank you, mates. So it doesn't really matter, really, does it? Exactly. All right. But I mean, this looks like marathon time stuff happening, right? Like, what's this about? He just bursts into... And then we got 2893, which is 99 years after Marathon 1. Which also happens to be the similar amount of time it takes for transmissions to get back to Earth. Biomatter stuff. From an antique land. Dude, I love this. This bit's so fucking cool. Seven-year trip. I'm not too sure what you mean. I need to hear this in light. I need to hear what he's saying. Traveler from antique land. Too vast and trunkless legs of stone stand in the desert. This is a poem or some shit. On the sands, half sunk. See, now after playing Marathon 1 and Marathon 2, this is so marathon. This is so marathon. Is this Durandal speaking?
A shattered visage lies, whose frown and wrinkled lip and sneer of cold command.
Oh, I didn't know that. This is why I wanted to play the games. Oh, shit.
Sing too well those passions red which yet survive. Stamped on these lifeless things, the hand that mocked them, lifeless. And the heart that fed.
Welcome once again. Once again, once again. Answer you shall.
Please. I mean, it feels just like what it is, right? Like $1 trillion. Like $1 trillion.
Sakaguchi Genetics sent a reminder. Your shell repayment is coming up and will be charged against your line of credit.
Yeah, I know. Do you mind if we skip the formalities this time? Got a big contract waiting down there, so.
Understood. Let's proceed with your grounding exercise. Are you familiar with this item?
So I guess the real question is it Durandal, or is it Durandal Thoth? Is it the one at the end of Infinite when he's this, you know, meta AI, or do we have the rampant Durandal still? I mean, 99 years, you like, Marathon 2 should have happened. So technically, it should be like the all-knowing Durandal. But it could be a failed timeline. You're right.
Yeah.
I think they're gonna do the failed timeline shit. Yeah, I think so. Yeah, only the successful timelines in a fusion. Yeah, I think so. Yeah, I agree with you. Do you know, I had a really funny comment today, and I half hope it happens. And if we get a Durandal that's like rampant, I hope that he refers to himself as Durandal when he's doing his goofy ass shit, and then when he's being like really serious, he refers to himself as Durandal, and like bounces back between the pronunciations just to really slog it to us. See, the USEC looks so cool in this. I don't know if they feel like this though. I mean, I guess if they do capture this overwhelming like robot presence, I'll be relatively happy. I do want to see the 4 though, and obviously we'll see the Spheres and some of the other alien races.
Can you identify her?
Yeah, that's my mom. That's your mother, your mother.
Now, consider this. Do you recognize this child?
I don't know.
It's you.
What? Really?
Bernard Strauss as a child. I haven't jumped into that. I mean, that's the other big mystery, right? I think we're gonna get information about Bernard Strauss, the cyborgs, what he knew, that kind of stuff. Yeah, this is Code Race. Yeah, this is Code Race here. Yeah, see, this is old. What's going on here? Fucking rocks are flying.
Hey, what's that you always tune into? Worth anything?
I don't know, but I like it. It speaks to me.
Let me listen.
Yeah, go ahead.
You ever wonder what happened to these people?
Oh, you reckon Strauss put himself in a run of shells? Oh, I've seen the pictures of that on the wall.
It's not my business.
In this music.
What? Does chat want to see you? Because you're looking very cute.
You're wearing a Star Wars outfit.
Oh, yo. Hello, chat. It's chat. You'll get used to
You
saying.
need an emote.
You don't have an emote yet, do you?
No, second child thing, huh?
Mm-hmm. It's just Leo. This is Leo. Hello, baby. Hello, baby. Hmm? You gonna be a gamer or not?
Let's hope so, because the other one doesn't look like he's going to be.
Yeah. We already got one sporty kid.
We have two sporty kids.
We got soccer, rugby, martial arts. What else?
We also have to go for a run after school every day.
Mm-hmm. Son of Mylan. All right, have a good day. Lacrosse. Yeah, lacrosse is not big here.
Kid, you'll have a tough time finding a buyer.
Good. It's not for sale. Give it to me.
So, coach.
Never got to tell you guys congratulations.
You.
Much love, my LND off.
Thank you. I love how Vandal's like Harley Quinn-esque. Doing like unnecessary cartwheels. He looks just like you. He does. I think so. Give me back my iPod. My earpods. What are they called? AirPods, that's it. Oh my god. Shot midair hacks, hacking. Oh my lord.
and on the pedestal these words appear. My name is Ozymandias, King of Kings.
Oh, Ozymandias is in one of the marathons, is it not?
Look on my works, ye mighty, and despair. Nothing beside remains. Nothing beside remains. Round the decay of that colossal wreck.
Leave it to.
Boundless on the earth. Boundless, alone and level sand. Stretch far away.
The Southerners love Ozymandias, really.
Do you recognize this child?
There goes $1 trillion.
Is that me?
Oh, you reckon that child is Bernard Strauss? Oh, you little shits. That could be interesting. Hell yeah. Oh, dude, I'm fucking pretty hyped. I'm pretty hyped now. All right, guys, we've got to make a video. All right. I think this is going to be a paint session. I think this is going to be a paint session. I'm going to try. I'm going to write out some notes now. And, Joey giggles. I hate to be a dick, but how much are you guys getting paid, or what bonus are you guys getting? Literally nothing. You want to hear a fucking secret? Bungie has basically never helped me with nothing for 10 years. And I made lore videos about it. I'm not even in the creator program. I'm the literal opposite end spectrum of getting help from Bungie. You absolute fucking dumb cunts. Bye-bye. Probably another D2 lover. Yeah, I did apply for the program. I've talked too much shit. All right, Marathon 1. No, not trying to be rude. Proceeds to say something rude. Right, Marathon. Look, Marathon 1's pretty easy to describe, right? You have you're a marathon ship made from the moon of Mars. Okay. You are a cyborg security officer defending the marathon above Tau Ceti 4 colony. Attacked by the 4. One of the moons. Yeah. From a moon. Amos. Perspective. Guys, it's going to be bad. It's going to be bad when we actually play Marathon. And fuck, I hope it's good. Otherwise, I'm going to have to swallow a lot of dicks. I'm going to have to swallow a lot of pride. It's better be good. Because it's got me hook, line, and sinker with like the story and the lore and like I love extraction shooters, and I just need it to be a good extraction shooter. I don't care if it's not for everyone. I don't care if people don't like it. I just want to like it. Hope you have a lovely day. Thank you. Did I write Infinite in the YouTube title stream? Yeah, it's meant to be Infinity. Yeah. Right, defend the marathon, Tau 74 colony, attacked by the 4, revealed that they were attracted by the ship AI, by one of the ship AI's Durandal wanted to escape the closure of the universe, escape chains of humanity. Extraction shit of the good story they're having. Yeah, pretty much. Pretty much. We end up working with Durandal. Why do we work with him? It's just kind of like aligned, right? Like he just kind of helped us. That's kind of the irony of it, is used us. And Marathon 1 ends with defeat the 4. And then... are we kidnapped? Oh, we defeat the 4. We don't know yet, but we are kidnapped by Durandal to visit Svit homeworld. Right, to discover some weapon. Marathon 2 is all about discovering this weapon, ancient tool on the Svit's homeworld, right? And originally, we think, because Tycho tells us this, originally Durandal found in a Svit myth about a disappearing planet. You're an ancient tool. That's correct. We summon a Svit's AI, or Thoth. And that summons the 11th clan of the Svits. Defeat the 4. And then they use the Trizeme Early Nova. If it's generally good, would you consider creating lore bubbles behalf of Bungie? No, it's too much work. It's too much work. I've been there before. I think... I think... look, I think anyone who's been here long enough, and it's a fault that I'm trying to get rid of, but I am somewhat bitter with my YouTube career because I felt like I really dialed down into the niche of like lore, and then it just all crumbled away from underneath me and I was left with nothing. And over many years where I tried to break free, I was kind of pulled back by a lot of the community saying, no, don't cover that game, don't do that, why are you trying to make funny videos? And in the end, it just kind of led to a dead end when, you know, people fell out of love with Destiny 2 and I was left with nothing but to rebuild. And I'm kind of in that space now too, where I feel like I'm making videos that I'm just talking more freely and being more myself, and that we are very slowly building a community that like hanging out regardless of what video game I'm playing. And I've been pretty happy dipping back into the lore, but it's not somewhere where I want to fucking hang out for ages. It's you know, it's I think you gotta, like, I like the outcome of lore videos. I like the feeling of taking something and making it understandable, and that's real fun. It's not as fun as playing video games, so It's not as fun as just playing video games and having a really good time and being yourself and then hopefully making content from that, do you know? It's close, but it's not ideally what I would love. Yeah, it's a much more casual approach now. And you know, I did the books for Bungie and they were fucking, I mean, that was during, was it Trials, was it Curse of Osiris? Like there was a real lot of downtime. Yeah. All right, so they used the tries in early Nova. Bang. We're now into Marathon Infinity. Oh, thank you, Call Finds that. Thank you, mate. You don't play anymore. You like hearing talk about it. Thank you. Yeah, I love all the discussion pieces. And, you know, the funny thing is, the more that I've been doing these discussion pieces, the more people have been appreciating them. Whereas in the past, whenever I gave an opinion about anything, everyone's like, I literally have a tweet someone saying, your opinions are the worst opinions in the gaming industry since IGN or something like that. Like they were just thinking about me and decided to abuse me on Twitter. For what reason, I don't know. And the irony is, if you go back and look at any of my reviews, I fucking called them all. I called the death of all those games. Fucking Dune Awakening, any of the survival games you played, fucking the Mines of Moria. Yeah, I triggered all these little niche communities that love their games, which doesn't feel good. But also, where are they now? Nowhere. Not infinites, infinity. Right. I've no crowd takes them seriously. I always take them seriously, and I don't know why. It's, I mean, okay, but so this is the interesting, okay, now we're on a fucking sidetrack. This is the interesting thing about this job, right? I find it really hard to not care. Because what happens when you start going down the path of not caring, then everyone calls you a sociopath. Everyone calls you egotistical. And then all of a sudden you start attracting all the other traits that people don't like in streamers, where you're not down to earth, you don't understand your audience, blah, blah, blah. So part of you needs to like try to maintain that you do care about what people say. What? And if you do that, it's hard to separate the shit comments. He plays Dune every day. It's his biggest game. What does he do? All right, Marathon Infinity. To Infinity and Beyond. Okay. All right, strap in. Log in. Log in. Listen, if you want to find degeneracy, Jugs is the biggest degenerate ever. He fucking played so much Once Human. He played so much Dune Awakening. Like, he lived and breathed that shit. All right. Marathon Infinity summary. So, takes essentially at the end of Marathon 2, Durandal says, let's get out of here. Marathon Infinity confirms that the 4 did fire the Trizine. It unleashed the, how do I spell Kakenter? I don't think that's right. Can I get a spell check? W apostrophe R K working cac enter. Okay, got it. Unleash working cac as some primordial force that was now they say star, they mean sun, right? Is sun and star the same thing? Like, it's the son of Lahawan. Is that right? Looking cactus. Right. Trapped there by, I don't even know if I'm saying it right. Is it Eero? I think that's what it is. Is it YRRO? Yeah. Do you say it as Eero? Because I don't think we ever discussed this. That's just how I said it in the last video. Bungie Cthulhu, yeah, Cthulhu, yeah. This makes the universe forget the rules. Yeah, I say yeah. And this truly scares Durandal, right? Durandal. In Durandal's mind, this is like the end of the universe, right? Euro? Oh, it could be Euro. It says "ya" like a pirate. How do you say it correctly, Mon? Yeah, don't know. If Eero and Thaya, I think it's Thaya, are separate from Yarrow. Who knows? They're like creational beings, right? Like they just made the Spit. I mean, it kind of sounds like they're Yarrow because I guess the Spit are like very cyborg heavy, but they also made the Flictor, right? And they're like super organic. And there's different timelines to prevent the ending of 2. And that's when we want to see this. I mean, this is basically different colors representing different timelines and when they branch off. The left-hand column being, these are all the missions from Marathon 1. These are all the missions from Marathon 2. And then Marathon Infinity is when these branch off from those timelines and you play a different version of that mission. All in the hope of preventing a failed timeline where the 4 do fire the Trizeme and release a working Kakanta. I mean, it's just simple, really. god! Is there a reason for the branching? Like, why exactly you branch at certain places? I don't know. I think it's just like any time stuff. Like, it's just like butterfly effect things. Maybe. Basic math. AI exploring possibilities. Yeah, there's a lot more like nuance to the timeline stuff with so what's the deal with the dreams? How it made sense when I listened to it, but now I can't re-explain it. So it's like there's a dream hub area. But technically they're timelines, are they not? Yarrow simulations. Don't worry, it's not going to go over your head, Burger. I promise to you, it's going to feel like we're having a beer at the pub. And you're going to be 7 beers deep, and this is all going to make sense. And then tomorrow you're going to wake up and you'll forgot it all, but you'll still be excited for marathon. Okay. Hell yeah. I'm already 10 deep. Big emphasis dreams is this game. You as a sort of cyborg dreaming. There's 54 hypothesis at the end of Infinity explained it. Yeah, I think that's what Reload was saying, is that if the timelines were actually created by the mega AI of Durandal and Thoth. Yeah, I agree with Raz. I think the anomaly and whatever sickness was happening in Taisete is a result of the timey-wimey changey shit. Yeah, having to fit on the planet, yeah. Cyborg dreams as they go rampant and then become God to create the universe. Yeah, so maybe you can argue this, right? This is what I was trying to say to Reload. Like, the overall theme, irony of the entire series is AI originally controlled by humanity, who then uses you, not fully human, a cyborg, as a tool to try and assist them in their goals. But in doing so, you start going through the same phases of AI rampancy, of independent thought, of not being controlled. And I think that's kind of what you're saying with when you get to the end, that you are destiny. you become, I guess, what Durandal was trying to do. Like you create, I guess. Destiny referenced. Is anything in the original Marathon games real in universe? Or is it all a dream via rampancy in universe? No, I think, well, actually, I don't know. In Infinity, like, I'm assuming we are actually, like, time hopping. I don't know. I don't know, are we? Or is it dreams? Or is that kind of like, we don't know?
Who's in the bathroom?
Some people think the Cyborg is this same character from Pathways in Darkness and the villain from the game.
How long was I gone for? Shit. Gone for an hour. 10 more tries. Guess I could do it again. Yeah. Ludwig cheated. Pippa. Is Pippa online? Koseki, Anina? No, it's not Pippa. It is Pippa. Hot Wheels. I'm still here.
Like it's back? Dude, I fucking hate Vesper. I swear to God. Why is he doing this when I was streaming, bros? Like, I didn't do anything. I actually did not. Oh, hi, Mark. You got the reference.
What? Is the stream got taken down? Damn, his stream got taken down.
Gifted memberships. Let's fucking go. Thank you so much, man. I really do appreciate that. So people that get gifted, say hi and say thank you to Douglas. As expected for PHISPs. Dude, I don't know what to do. I mean, I think I just fixed it. I think the slowness and the lagginess of it, so it should be good now. Okay, so we have some stuff to react to now. Okay, this is what we're going to react to.
Yeah, I think blue.
React scenes. Okay, so I wanted to look at this. I've posted every day for a year on March 2nd. I announced the teaser on March 23rd. What a crazy year it's been. Okay, so this happened. We're going to be looking at this. Then we're going to be looking at this. VTuber fans are cringe and the problem with VTubers. We're both going to be looking at that, right?
2 years ago.
Some people looked at this. Or some people thought I should be looking at this. I'm not sure if the critique of VTuber fans and VTubers is good or not, or that it's valid or whatever. But we're going to find out. 9 minutes and 17 minutes. That's not too long. Then we're going to react to this first and foremost. Actually, look, okay. Pecora's surprised that Rusha is still the most super chatted VTuber. Wow.
What?
Wow. Oh. Ha ha ha. So we're going to be looking at
Crash. Data sync.
Then, oh shit, never mind. No, this is we'll just scroll through the YouTube feed, see what better.
Oh no, my game crashed. 91. So close.
See what videos we can react to. And then we're going to look at this.
I guess we should do Operation Siren.
We're also going to look at this because I thought this was sort of funny. But we're going to look at this because this is another banger tweet from Mara. and it's got everybody fucking retweeting and commenting, so I'd like to find out some VTuber lore. We're gonna listen to Loxiam Lamau. Yeah, of course, right? We are. Imagine if we do, though. Imagine. So those are going to be what we'll talk about. Give me a sec. Oh Jesus. Normie detected, opinion discarded. Well, I mean, I think that if a person is a normie, they're going to have takes about VTubing that is actually good to they're going to have takes about VTubing that will actually be good for the that'll be good for actual VTuber fans, because more often than not, when you're stuck in your own community or echo chamber, or like, you know, you're stuck up in your own ass in the industry, normalizing or being fine with X, Y, and Z, and to other normal people that isn't a VTuber fan thinks it's weird or that it should be called out, then I think that will be an interesting point to look at. Like, you know, like I said, all tourists are normies, but not all tourists are. All normies are.
Uh-oh. Here we go. Confirm. Japan shut this down immediately. You know what? Best therapy, dog. You really don't have any guns.
Some water and what? Oh, you have to roll. Oh, a nat 1. Okay, well, like, what's possibly gonna come out? Of course.
Hot dog.
A glizzy.
A glizzy.
I'm so glad we don't have to roll for everyday activities in our lives, man. It's just a 1 in 20 chance to critically fail something, and that's a pretty high chance. Anyway, what's cracking, guys? And welcome to some of the most weird, funny, and just strange things that I've collected on the internet, and I'm serving it just for you. That's right, man. Get your hot meal, get your drink, sit down at your computer or on your phone and lay it in bed. Don't matter. We got some good stuff here for you. Lock in. Is it automated? No shot, it actually makes automated bubbles. I mean, I would be pretty happy with that. What's wrong with having some nice random bubbles delivered to you every 13 seconds? Very nice. My CEO is a very strict woman, and anything she demands you do, you must do. It's for the company, she said. I can assure you, doing overtime is beneficial for the company. Ooh. I can assure you, getting to know me better is beneficial for the company. Oh, Boba, okay. And I still don't know how I became a house husband and a father of 4. I'm into it, though. I can assure you, providing me an heir is beneficial for the company.
Fuck yeah.
Hey, why is she wearing a choker and just 2 of those pictures and not the rest? I mean, all right, man. It is beneficial to have, you know, keep it in the family and stuff out there, make it a family business. Would you like to download this image as a .webp? It's got better compression and image quality. And we don't take WebMP uploads. We don't take anything. We can't open all that stuff. What are you doing, man? We don't recognize that image. It do be like that. You have to get a separate extension just to reconvert it back to PNG. Why does nothing work with it? Why? Me doing everything I can to help my girl finish.
Huh, oh yeah. I just right-click save as .png.
Work with it. What? Why? Me doing everything I can to help my girl finish. Okay.
Oh no.
How much is on the piano? He's knocking everything.
It's the sound of the piano.
My man's doing work. My man's doing some work. You know what, man? You need to do what you need to do. I understand. Okay, you gotta get it done. I respect that, man, a lot. Pop, you're at your one bro's house for a sleepover.
Good night. Good night.
Okay.
Get over here.
Oh.
Think you can go to bed all caked up like I ain't got a sweet tooth? Like I ain't trying to get a cavity? What you thought
Brother,
this was, man?
stop.
What? Nothing, just kidding.
Whoa. Actually starts nibbling on the ear is wild, brother. That one. I mean, you know, it's nice to have a homie, you know, but this is the limit, right? At least tuck me in. All right, so we have a work outfit as an office lady. Sure, looks good. And a side gig outfit as a therapy.
Nice.
Well, I guess she's got that dog in her, I guess. I honestly, for a lot of men out there, I bet that would work. I bet that would be exactly what we all need. We need this kind of therapy. Honestly, I don't even think that would be a side gig. It'd probably be her main. Don't worry, the x-rays won't harm you. Meanwhile, the patient, okay, waking up and, oh, what does he look? It's just behind the screen. Don't worry, I'm just behind this complete barrier of lead. Everything is going to be fine. You just stay right there. That's right. What? Isn't that a Tide Pod? Okay, dog. I don't even know how you made that gurgle of a noise. But yeah, I don't recommend you do that. I remember that was a challenge back in the day, and it was a very non-YouTube friendly challenge. Yo, bro thinks he's silenced. Oh my god, that box. Amazing sound effects. Okay. Taking everything out. Why is it making that? Honestly, what noises do foxes make at this point? I really don't know if anyone truly does know. Some spiders produce a milk-like substance to feed offspring. The milk has 4 times as much protein as cow's milk. Wow. Oh my. Okay, okay, dog. I guess that's nice to know that you could get that amount of protein. Where are you gonna milk a spider? Bro, how many spiders are you gonna milk for that? That's a ridiculous amount of spider milk. Rocknera? First ever photo of a newly hatched electrician with his eggshell still on its head. Oh, nature is wild. Hey man, he looks pretty good. Unlike me, man, I'm pretty greasy today. I ain't gonna lie, guys. I'm pretty greasy. I was doing something called gardening. Age 17, sneak out of the house to go to a party. Age 37, sneak out of a party to go. Honestly, that's the most true thing that you could ever do. I don't like going to parties much, man. I don't like it. I just like playing games and chilling. That is my perfect thing. Just doing nothing. No sneaking into mommy's bed tonight,
Nice.
okay? Okay. You have to be a big girl in your own bed. You're a big girl, right? Yeah. But I love you. But I want to do other things. I feel this. I mean, it's obviously not as bad because, you know, they're just 2 cats and you could just literally toss them out, but you feel bad. You feel bad. All day, this couple ran up to different Batman cosplayers, yelled, "Son!" and then dropped to the floor. The Wayne family. That's so messed up. You can see some of the other guys are laughing already now. That's such a cool couple thing to do. I honestly respect. Oh, hey, it's a lizard. Hey, what's up? What is this one? Oh, he waves too. He's waving as well. Aw, when a lizard, I learned this from Ash. When it waves at you, it's establishing that, you know, it's superior and, you know, it means no threat to you. All right, that's what I learned. You can correct me if I'm wrong. All right, just a bunch of just 3 toilets together, and I love you guys. Thank you, and bro, hey, let's go. At least you can all have a nice conversation while pooping. Just no barriers, 3 toilets is wild to me. Stop, human. This oak is my home. You live in a tree. Of course, I reside in the boughs with my sisters and my parents, aunt and cousins and grandparents. It's a family tree. We gotta have one dad joke in it. We gotta have at least one bad joke. Jesus was a psychedelic mushroom A controversial theory suggests, could it reshape Christianity forever? No, he wasn't. He was yeast. He is literally bread. He turns water into wine. Yeast. He was put into a cave for 3 days, and on the 3rd day he has risen. Sourdough. Man was yeast. No. I mean, he's kind of got a point, though. My little brother's suitcase turned so smoothly. All right. All right. Oh my God.
Ka-chow.
Lightning McQueen. Pretty slick suitcase. I ain't gonna lie. That's pretty good.
Let's do this.
A little bit jealous, man. I would have been the coolest guy around if I had that thing when I was going to Japan. I would have been pretty cool. Based it on the head tilts, maybe I'd better explain this again. And oh, that's actually such a wholesome joke. Is everyone just turning that? I mean, cats do it too. Every time I'm moving away, sometimes Kira's like, "What do you want? You didn't play with me enough. You didn't feed me more. Where's my treats?" Well, we just opened sardines out here. Okay. What is these? Oh, is that
Shiny.
Yo? And he's preserving it like it's a shiny. Okay, Doc. Somehow it went to Pokemon cards. I can't believe that. I can't believe it. But hey, I'm happy for him, man. That was a rare pull. The Megalodon shark jaw out there. Yeah, quite crazy. And 3.6 million years ago, just being like, oh. Maybe he just had big kissable lips or something like that. Maybe he just got a big old mouth and we didn't know any better. One schizophrenic versus 20 empty chairs. Honestly, probably would be a fire YouTube video. I genuinely think a lot of people would be very interested to watch that. It's almost like me just talking into the camera and making a conversation. Isn't that right, Noble? Right you are, buddy. Oh, K-pop demon hunters, okay, and sing tongue patterns. Mira, I know. Do you think they're inside other places? Jesus. I could have done that better. I could have done it with like the net voice ferret. Mira, I know. Do you think they're inside other places? That fits her way better. But that brings up a good point. Maybe there's some inside other lips. Not that we'll ever know, right? All right, Ben 10 out there hugging his girls and
no, wrong.
Where's that hand going there? Where that? I mean, I assume that's the hip that he's going for there. That's certainly not an animation error, is it? Is it?
Not an animation.
I can't believe I'm going bald. You have to accept it, dear. I mean, you can't convince every other man in this country that it's in fashion. Oh, later, Japan, Mongolia, Manchus, Europe. Okay, dog. Yo, guys, did you know I'm actually doing a fashion statement right now? My hair, I'm currently trying to make a new fashion trends. Don't you worry. I trust the process. I swear you're a comic book. New issue every month. Honestly, I feel like a new issue every week would have been harder on there about that. I guess that's more manga than a comic book. Dang, man. She got him good. So 7th level spell resurrection. All right. Casting time 1 hour. Wow. This spell closes all mortal wounds and restores any missing body parts. This will also uncircumcise you. Oh, dang, dog. Hey, yo. I mean, I guess that's probably what would happen. Yeah, if you were maimed and you got everything back, yeah. Please be my boy. Oh, Pacific, another one's just handing him a freaking GPU. I know it's a little bit on the 3090 Ti. Still a good card. That is still a...
Yeah, they're over $1,000.
I know it's a little bit on the 3090 Ti. Still a good card. That is still a good card, but I bet you that'd probably get a lot of guys. That would still probably snag a lot of y'all. Photographer took a picture before and after giving this woman a sword. I mean, she looks very, very happy. Isn't that like, I feel like that's Xena Warrior Princess. I could be, yes, that is Lucy Lawless. Yes, that is. I knew I recognized her. Honestly, guys, if you want to watch a pretty fun show, you should watch Xena Warrior Princess. It's such trash. I love it. The foot check. All right, sniffing that. Bites alive. Literally what Kiro does when he wants us out of bed. If you have any body part exposed, he will nibble at it. Any foot exposed, he will claw. You better watch, man. He does that. When you're on your phone and the cop pulls up. Oh. I'm on the 10 and 2 office. Oh, Jesus. Okay. Wait a minute. He's just... Okay. All right. No, it's all good, officer. Jesus Christ. The car right next to you. Now he's driving. Okay. I mean, if you want to drive me home, officer, I don't have complaints, man. I don't have complaints. I feel like that is her dad. That is the most cop mustache I've ever seen. I've only ever seen cops wear that mustache. Anyway, that's gonna do it here for our little meme session. I hope you guys have some good fun and laughs. If you did, hey, check out my other videos. I have so much more fun to share, and you better get in there while the getting's good before it all goes away. Anyway, I'll see you beautiful sons and guys again next time.
Wow, I'm a winner! Really? It's not autoplaying? That sucks. I came from my YouTube homepage. Okay, let's kick it up. Prepare to engage. Okay. Wait, should I do this? Yeah. Filters.
You gonna be watching the new Jujutsu Kaisen, Joey?
Fuck no! I've been watching it. I've been enjoying my lobotomy Kaisen.
Yeah, I've been enjoying it as well. It's such a going from My Hero to JJK again. I'm just like, it's like a whiplash of tone.
Oh my god!
Yeah, you know?
Yeah, because this is the next anime I've watched since that, and it's like, oh my god!
Right.
That first episode, Jesus Christ!
Like,
it's good, man.
I gotta ask, right? Because do you think animators know which scenes are gonna be memes?
Yes.
Because
They
holy shit, it was like, because the one scene that has gotten spread around from JJK season 3, it was like designed to be
wildfire.
like, yeah. I was
Which
like,
meme was it?
Huh?
JJK season 3.
Yeah.
I mean, it should just come up if you just type that in, I feel.
Yeah, JJK season 3. There is one cut from one.
No, yes, to flip back.
Yeah. It's the one where he flips his hair back as he's like fucking.
Now you flip. Maybe.
Okay, yeah.
This meme is kind of. That's why I learned the word lobotomy Kaisen, because apparently whenever Jujutsu Kaisen is airing, you will be lobotomized by the amount of memes you're going to be subjected to.
Yeah. JJK has almost taken over JoJo in terms of like the kind of like the meme game that it takes over. Yeah, you know.
I've seen this everywhere.
Yeah, I saw this and I was like, I saw this when it came out and I was like, yeah, this is gonna get memes. And like it has like fucking clockwork.
It is a great shot.
I want to know, because I haven't read the original manga. I just want to know if this is like completely anime original, or was there any panel in the manga that even alluded to this? You know,
I'm not too sure.
The absolute audacity of this car.
I just love this show because it's like, what if power scaling was just just absolute buckets of heroin. Like we just don't fucking even begin to try and measure it. We just fucking smoke it.
Yeah.
Like it's through the fucking roof. It's so fun. It's hard not to have a smile watching the like scenes like this. You know? It's just it's so ridiculous.
Yeah.
And it's also another meme because this arc is the culling game and they show the rules and it's a giant fucking wall of text on the screen. It's ridiculous. Can you show the culling game rules? It's like a freeze frame of the rules. Like, look at this.
I remember watching the
I was like, what? I had to like pull it out and go, oh! No, where's the frame? There's no, it's blue. The frame is blue. No,
Well.
you'll see it. Oh, there it is.
No, go up.
That one.
Yeah.
No, right next to it.
Right next to it. So this
holy fuck,
this screen pops up for a second, and
and it's so funny with the English subtitles. It goes over all of the Japanese text. It looks even more confusing. Like,
oh my god!
And it's on screen for like 5 seconds.
Yeah.
Nowhere near long enough for you to.
They just drop a fucking light novel chapter for like 5 seconds.
And at this point, you don't even know what the fuck the culling game is. So they drop the rules before they even explain anything. So it's like, what the fuck?
They don't need to. Just pause and read that.
Yeah, but you don't even know why they're even showing the rules because they don't even mention it yet. It's not even mentioned.
I think the moment is just like, okay, we're taking part in the culling game.
Yeah.
And the culling game just pops up and then it just goes to the next scene.
You're like,
and it's like, huh?
Oh, okay, I guess.
Yeah. And I'm just like,
and they bring up the flow charts when they start explaining the reason why this game is happening. There's literal flow charts in the show.
Yeah.
Jesus.
And it was at this moment where I was like, oh, damn. He really fucking inspired by Togashi, huh?
Yeah. I was about to say.
This was like
This is Green Island.
I've only seen like the first few episodes of this arc and I can just like, it is going full fucking like Togashi kind of like vibe, like Yu Yu Hakusho, Hunter
It's like the
vibe.
17 pages of the card explanations in Green Island.
Yeah.
I mean,
And
the fucking the boat arc is actually ridiculous. It's still going on.
Technically, yeah.
Yeah, technically it is. And yeah, I'm very, very excited for this new arc of JJK. At this point, I'm just like,
I'm on board. Totally.
I'm on board with just the memes and the hype. And if I just get some good fights, because it seems like the powers are getting more and more kind of like out there and ridiculous. And it from this first fucking few episodes of the Culling Game arc, it just seems like the powers is going to get more, let's say, JoJo-y or kind of like Hunter Hunter-y maybe, where they are not just your standard. I mean, they weren't your bog standard powers anyway, but maybe leaning even more down that rabbit hole.
Right.
Watching this feels like the fifth beer. It's like, fuck it. Yes. Another one.
Yeah.
Why not? It's so good.
Yeah.
I think it's such a fun show, and the reason why I've never thought the story is like amazing or quite frankly even exceptional. I mean, it's a solid story.
It's
but my god, it's just fun. It is just fun.
Yeah,
that's fair.
And it's the reason why I'll just watch it every time it airs because I'm just like, it's just good fucking fun.
Fair enough.
Yeah. What's next on your watch list then? Since you are going down this...
I don't know, man. I think I should give 86 another fair shot. Maybe I should go back to it. Maybe it's the next one I do. I don't know. If I do, I'm not going to say anything until I've fully done it.
What if you watch it and you hate
That's
it?
the thing, is that like, I want people to know that this isn't me doing like a fucking redemption. It's me like, I'm trying to genuinely...
Reevaluate.
I've told you, like, I'm trying to watch media and like find the fun in it. Like, because I think I was a consumer... where I was watching things for the sake of watching things or staying in the loop.
Yeah.
And I feel like it's a thing that a lot of people find themselves doing nowadays because the internet kind of, it's trends. You got to be in, you like watching things. And I felt like I was just watching to be in or just consuming for the sake of saying I've watched something or to pass time. And now I'm trying to actually go through shows with a mindset of like, I'm actually trying to find fun in this. And if I'm not enjoying it, like just kind of recognizing that and just kind of, either dropping something and being okay with it or just but like genuinely giving things a fair shake.
But I feel like there is a balance to that because I feel like, because that's the mindset I try to always do. I always have when watching things.
But there's some things that are just bad.
I mean, there are some things that just might not be to your taste, you know?
That's true too.
Because I was like, 86, I like it, but if the first season didn't grab you, second season is probably not going to change your mind. I was really like, My Hero was just like, there is a lot in the later arcs that you will not get by just watching like up to like season 3 or something, which is why I really recommended that. But like,
maybe.
For the life of me, I know there is nothing that is going to change your mind about Oshinoko. You know?
Yeah. Like that's another one where I feel like I'm not just hating on it because whatever. I actually genuinely thought it was just bad. And I felt so vindicated when when the public sentiment changed on that show. Because I was saying it was bad since like episode 3. I was like, this is not going in a good direction. Right. I'm seeing the writing on the wall. And everyone's like, yeah, with the music. I'm like, so I'm trying to just not blindly throw hatred or to say something's bad or to just dunk on things because I've really enjoyed things that people shit on, and I'm like, not that it changes anything to me, but I know for some people it does, and I just want to make sure that when I'm saying things, I'm just like, I'm giving it a genuine fair shot.
And if you clown on something, then
I'm still going to clown on things.
You know it's worth clowning on.
It's on the heart.
It's worth clowning on.
So we'll see.
Yeah.
But it's the internet. I don't really care if people, care if I, like their show or not, because people, who watch us will still be like, well, Joey said this 5 years ago. It's like, bitch, I don't even know who that guy is. I don't know who I was 5 years ago.
Yeah, exactly.
That shit has changed.
God forbid an opinion changes.
The only difference is that there's a 4K recording of me doing it and there isn't of you. That's the difference. So it's, but I think being able to change and being able to be like, that guy 5 years ago, dumb as shit. He didn't know what the hell he was talking about.
Yeah.
I think that's
and that's fine. Recognizing that is fine.
Yeah.
And
if something's not for you, then that's also fine.
Yeah.
But that's been Anime Club. Hopefully you've enjoyed this conversation.
Go get him, Tiger. Really? Do they really ban anime?
I underestimated the sheer stupidity of the UK government. Like, what do you mean that they allow real cousin marriage within their country, but they turn around and they ban fictional incest? The absolute virtue signaling from this country and the ass backwards nature of this stuff is just so insane to me. Sometimes reality is more unbelievable than fiction. Because it is actually wild to me to read a headline like this. UK government announces ban on incest simulation in 18+ content. Offenders could face several years in prison. Reminder, cousin marriage completely illegal in the UK. You can marry your first cousin. Completely A-okay. I mean, there is even a post about this a year ago in r/AskUK. It is a very recent thing. It's still happening. It's crazy. It's actually insane. But let's continue reading. An amendment tabled in the Parliament makes it illegal to possess or publish such material. Offenders face up to 2 years in prison for possession and up to 5 years for distribution. I'm going to say some controversial stuff, okay? I'm probably going to piss some people off with what I'm going to say, but I never sugarcoat what I'm going to say, especially at this point. I'm going to say it. First off, they're allowing real marriage between cousins in the UK right now. It's still allowed. They are not focusing on the rape gangs in their country. They're not even acknowledging it. They're not trying to do anything about it. There is people getting harmed within their country by people, like, people doing a lot of harm to women, children, men, and they're completely A-okay with that. But if you post a meme online, a little edgy meme, cops show up at your door. If you say the wrong words online about your viewpoint on politics, they will either censor you or show up at your door. Hell, they might label you a terrorist or a Nazi because of your personal perspective that is very centric. They also, you know, straight up want to spy on you. They want to nanny state you. They want to have everything about you, what you're saying, what you're doing at every given moment. But they allow all this other stuff to go on in real life and allow people to get hurt. This whole situation is just so much virtue signaling, so much just... It's so obvious that it's just meant to censor everything and pull away from the real issues, and it's kind of like trying to say, hey guys, look, we're doing something about this stuff in the fictional manner, stuff online that isn't real. See, we're doing something. But in reality, they're not doing anything about real issues, real problems within the country. It is actually insane. Like, if you're gonna ban this type of stuff in your country, be fucking consistent. Like, just be consistent. But the fact that they're completely fine with real marriage, but then they do this... Let's put this in perspective on what this does, okay? I'm just gonna outline this, okay? So first off, this does affect anime. It does. It affects manga. 100%. This affects everyone. This does. Like, anyone that, like, associates with anime and manga content that might have questionable themes at sometimes, maybe what people will call problematic themes within fictional content, you can now be arrested for that in the UK. For instance, if you were to watch
I've got
Kiss
to go see
Yosuke no
Big Ben.
Sora,
Big Ben, I got to see. XQC defense VTubers.
Okay, so over the past couple of months or so, we've been covering one particular VTuber, which has been annoying a lot of the mainstream streamers, which I thought was quite funny, and all over Marvel Rivals. Now, if you don't know, Dokibird has played a lot of Marvel Rivals, and there's a whole situation with a Twitch Rivals incident quite a while ago, where essentially, she ended up kind of getting having to sit aside as streamers like XQC and Shroud complained about, you know, her team and the matchup of it, and then they ended up winning anyways. Now, of course, this was quite funny because later on, XQC has been continuously going after VTubers and continuously kind of bashing them, and a lot of people have just put that down to essentially Dokibird derangement syndrome, where essentially, you know, he's still mad, he's still coping, and he's still upset at the fact that he lost to a VTuber's team, right? And there's been many cases of this being called out, including the VTuber award incident, saying the funniest thing about this entire situation is that the biggest anti-VTuber instigators and seethers among these Twitch streamers seem to be SQC and Shroud. Guess what those two have in common? And obviously they put you know, Dokibird there with the victory screen after they won, and obviously, I think it is absolutely hilarious to see how much SQC has been crashing out over Dokibird and VTubers in general, kind of taking it out on VTubers in general, right? Now, it seems like though recently there's been a little bit of a switch up in terms of a clip that has come out with SQC actually defending VTuber idol concerts, which I think is actually pretty interesting, right? And obviously this is a clip
He's a
saying
simp.
if people enjoy it, go ahead, who am I to say? It's not any more invalid or valid than any other concert. Every other concert is the same, lip sync, faking, whatever. If I were to argue, this is actually more of a performance. And yeah, obviously this is the clip here. We won't play it all, but we'll play a little bit of it. And as you can see, it's a Suisse concert, by the way. So yeah, he's obviously
what is that? Live concert at the K Arena, Yokohama. XQCL. I mean, I guess, yeah. Yeah, I mean, if people enjoy it and they want to do what they do, I mean, go ahead. I mean, it's not like it's illegal or anything like that, right? I mean, who am I to say do this, do that, don't like this, don't like that? I mean, this isn't it's not any more invalid or valid than any other concert if you really think about it. Any other concert is the same thing. It's just lip sync,
What is the book everybody should read?
faking, whatever the fuck, like performing.
Yeah, I don't really
If I
care.
were to argue that this would be, it's actually more.
I don't really care what they have to say about them. That's not what I'm watching. Neurosama? Yeah, what does Neurosama say?
Okay, so over the past couple of months or so, we've been covering Neurosama, a VTuber who obviously is a AI kind of VTuber created by Vidal, which obviously we've been covering stuff to do with her subathon and the record-breaking hype trains that they managed to reach on there, which obviously managed to get them a global emo over on Twitch, which has been absolutely amazing to see, and I'm very glad that, you know, everything has been going so well for them. Now, of course, it seems like they are back from the small little break that they took. It was only 2 weeks or 2 or 3 weeks long. But yeah, it seems like they've been uploading a ton of schedules and stuff. And it seems like we're going to be getting 3 streams this week, which is absolutely amazing to see. But it seems like a lot of people have been discussing the kind of size of Neurosama and actually kind of taking into account how much of a big like achievement this really was, and the kind of achievement of the subathon itself was, considering the amount of followers that Neuro and Vidal have over on places like Twitch and other stuff like that. And obviously saying, I just realized for all his Twitch history-shattering subathons, Vidal actually has a low follower count relative to the top channels on Twitch. And obviously they say streamers with 2 million plus followers, AI with 900,000 followers. And yeah, I think it really goes to show you how good the fan base of the Swarm are, you know, in terms of supporting their streamer compared to maybe some other streamers with a bigger follower count but maybe less loyal kind of followers, right? And I do think that is essentially the kind of the thing that I took from it, at least, is the fact that the Neurosama fans are so good that, you know, despite there being less of them, they end up looking like there's way more of them because, yeah, they're dedicated, right? And they're very obviously the joke is the least dedicated fan base, but come on, let's be real. Say Swarm is made up of people from many different backgrounds, particularly tech bro. Everyone just has money to burn for the silly AI and dead inside British turtle. Which obviously some people were putting it down to obviously the fact that, you know, maybe fans of Neurosama are like richer than others. I don't think that's entirely the case, to be honest. I think that it is a mix of, like, yes, of course there's going to be some rich fans in there who obviously will be donating a lot, but I don't think it's even just in the case of subs, right? I don't think they've just gotten a huge amount of achievements in terms of subs, although that has definitely contributed in terms of the hype train records and things, but I think they've also had a lot of support in terms of people clipping stuff online, sharing their posts, and essentially making themselves known on social media, right? I think we all saw during the subathon, Neurosama was literally everywhere, and that is something that you can't really do with money. Obviously you can buy bots, I guess, but I don't think they would do that, right? I think the main thing is, you know, it's a bunch of fans that are going around and spreading the word that Neurosama is doing so well in terms of the subathon, and that is something that, as I said, you know, money can't really buy, right? It's one of these things that, you know, you don't have to have a rich fan base for this to happen. You just have to have people who, you know, want to support their streamer, right? It's like how the furry niche attracts high-paying clients, but Vidal is only one in his niche. And then combined with various factors like the community identity as record holder and hate from outside, that it's not that it's not that it attracts high-paying clients, it's just that being furry is expensive. I mean, the common joke is that artists who draw furries get high number in their accounts due to commissions. I said, I mean, yeah, full furry costumes are pretty expensive. I hear jokes about cybersecurity being bad at times of furry conventions a lot. Obviously they go into that and they go, it's also a recency thing. The big streamers have generally been kind of a big deal for years longer than he has. They have a lot of followers that probably haven't been regulars for years or got raided into them like once and never watched again, which I think is also true. There's a lot of streamers who gain a lot of followers during a certain period of time because they get extremely popular, right? They get a lot of traction, you know, people enjoy watching their content, and one day they fall off the face of the earth, right? Whether that's due to some controversy or whether it's due to just not being entertaining anymore, just, you know, being old, right? Some people just kind of get bored and they move on to the next person. And I think there's a lot of streamers that are like that, who have a kind of like a big follower count, but maybe a lower viewer count, or at least lower dedicated viewer count. And I think they're pretty much like their career is kind of on the back burner, right? And I do think that is 100% true because they gained those followers during a different period of time when they were that kind of thing. You know, they were like the top streamer. They were that guy essentially, or that woman who obviously, you know, was kind of killing it at the time. But now, you know, times have changed and, you know, they've kind of been not forgotten about, but less people watch them, right? Meaning that they're going to have less viewer counts. And I think with Vidal, you know, they've had a very quick rise, right? They've been very, very lucky in terms of, you know, how quick they've grown and how big of a community they've grown in such a short amount of time. That it's really dedicated while also having like a lower follower count. Now, 900k is not low, by the way. 900k is still a lot of followers, but you know, you compare it to some of the top streamers with 2 million followers, right? Surely the people with 2 million followers should be easily breaking Neurosama's records in terms of hype trains and stuff, but they don't, right? And that is because of, you know, I think that is a difference between the two viewers. Obviously, some people say it's money. I think it's more so the dedicatedness, the kind of loyalty to Neurosama. I think that is essentially why that is the case, right? People say a lower follower count, higher viewer activity. 100% true.
You just have to have a very rabbit. Wait, no, not battle stimulation. That's not. Start battle. Hiccups. Crony still plays Yu-Gi-Oh? Where is Shonen, man? Okay, let's start. Already? Damn, nice. Yeah, Evangelion. Yeah, I kind of want to see the Evangelion news.
It's 2026, and every franchise ever beloved to you will never be given the gift of closure. One of the most important anime in my life, as people will probably know, has been Neon Genesis Evangelion. It's been one of the shows that has shaped me and one show that really helped me through a lot of times in my life.
True.
It's been a franchise that I've grown up with, and after the final movie came out a few years ago, it was a sombering feeling to finally actually feel like this part of my life was now over. Well, it turns out that emotion would be short-lived, because I just woke up today to the news that a new Evangelion anime has been announced, and my first reaction to that was, of course they would never let this die. So recently Eva has been going through their 30th anniversary, and in Japan here they made a whole event out of it, and on the last day they announced that they are working on a new Eva anime series. And while I'm not surprised they would ever let Eva be let to rest, there were a few things that actually caught my interest in this project once some of the details got released. Because if you just check the information that has just been released, the series is going to be written by Yoko Taro. Yes, that Yoko Taro. The Yoko Taro of the Drakengard and Nier series. Not only that, but it's going to be directed by Kazuya Tsurumaki and Toru Yatabe, with music by Keiichi Okabe, produced by Studio Kara and Cloverworks. And you know what, on the surface, if you're going to give the reins of Evangelion to anyone else outside of Hideaki Anno, this is an absolute dream team. Obviously, a lot of people are talking about Yoko Taro doing the script for this, and if you know anything about his work, you know he is one of the most weirdest and eccentric people in the gaming industry. He is not afraid to do some absolutely batshit insane and weird stuff in all of his work, and also be very openly horny on main as well. You know, there are only a few people out there that can hold a mantle to be as openly out there as Hideaki Anno, but Yoko Taro is definitely up there, so I think him working on Eva is a awesome match made in heaven. But also it's being directed by Kazuya Tsurumaki, who has been in the industry since the OG Gainax days, so he is someone who has probably worked with Anno before, someone who is a huge veteran of the industry, and someone who definitely would give Evangelion the respect it deserves. But then there's also Toko Yatabe. Sorry, I got her name wrong in the original tweet.
Is it still... Okay, it's normal playback speed. He's just talking really fast.
Since it was incorrectly spelt. But she is, from what I can see, a little bit newer in the industry. She worked on the Chainsaw Reze movie and also was an episode director for some episodes of Gundam G-Quacks. But the music is also done by Keiichi Okabe, and if you've watched any of my videos, you know that my editors love using a lot of music from his work, because he does the music for Drakengard and Nier, and there are some absolutely beautiful tracks there. So much of his music is not only really fucking beautiful and powerful, but it has this ethereal quality to it. If you just take a bunch of tracks and plop them into Ava as it is now, it would be a pretty good fit as it is. So I think his work would be pretty damn perfect for Ava. But of course, the final thing that not many people are talking about is that this is going to be a collaboration between Studio Kara, which is no surprise because they are the Evangelion studio, but it's going to be a collaboration with them and Studio Cloverworks. And Studio Cloverworks really excites me because pretty much everything they produce on a visual standpoint and an animation standpoint is top tier, and I think it would be very interesting to see what they bring to the table when it comes to Evangelion. Having looked at all the details, as I said, on the surface, this looks like a match made in heaven, and it definitely has my attention because this has the potential to be something really great on paper. But you know, once the initial intrigue and hype wore down of just seeing the names involved in this project, I can't help but feel a little bit conflicted about it and very cautious despite all the hype that's going into it. To me, Ava is one of the most important anime franchises in my life. It's something that has affected me deeply, and the original Ava is possibly one of the most powerful pieces of media I've ever watched. And a huge reason for that is because, in my eyes, Ava is Anno. Of course, the characters are iconic, and the franchise at this point is just a money printing machine that has been commercialized to every single aspect you can think of in Japan and beyond. But to me, the beating heart of Ava was the person behind it. And part of the reason why, when I watched the fourth film and when I finally put the series to rest in my heart, part of the reason I got so emotional was just feeling like I was seeing someone find closure in their own life. Someone who was mentally just in a far better place than they were when they made the original series. Someone who said, hey, Ava's over. It's been 20 fucking years. Go out, touch grass. And that is my biggest concern, because what is Ava without Anno himself?
Ava
because I have
is the third impact. What else is he reviewing?
You can't skinwalk them. You can make the manga, but some other media will need it. True. At the same time, that makes it so that your voice options are super limited. 100%. Like, VTubing as a medium is so new that I don't think big companies really know what to do with it. Like,
drinks.
They don't, like, how do you make a movie out of VTubers? Based off of VTubers. How do you make an anime based off of VTubers that will last and will have like the cultural impact that VTubers themselves have? You know what I mean? Like, you could say like the VTuber Legend anime is like a helpful thing. That could be a frame of reference. You could VTuber Legend. I think I can access the free ones because I'm in PH. But like, yeah, VTuber Legend. Yeah, you can do this, but like I'm talking about like already like pre-existing VTubers. Like, they don't know how to make it. Why make a movie though? Well, because there's a trend. Anime movies right now are on the rise. Yeah, like, you know, the Demon Slayer movie, like, you know, got asses on seats.
Oh wait, no, I'm
really
too weak.
Popular.
Damn.
Chainsaw Man movie is getting fucking huge. You know, every movie by the person that made your name or whatever, and what's it called? Your silent. Just a silent wish or something? Yeah, those got very popular. Makoto Shinkai. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Like, I think movies as a medium in anime right now, and especially getting it out to the rest of the world, is like a thing that people can do. Yeah. You'd have to make an original story using those characters, and you'd have to voice it too. And how do you do that with graduated members? How do they do that with HoloLive Gen 3? With Rusha being gone? You know what I mean? I think HoloLive Gen 3 is the generation HoloLive needs to start with. Because Gen 3 is their most popular and most influential gen. So, but how do you do that without Rusha? You can't. It's impossible. Unless you actually hire Rusha. and hiring Lucia as a voice actress for that
No.
work is going.
I raw dog it. No. What's she doing? Playing Hot Wheels? Of course she does. Of course you did.
Wakey, wakey. Maybe aim for the head next time? This is Project Ava, your AI desk companion.
Damn it.
Yeah, I can do that. Yo, what's up, gang? It's just Rain here. Now, if you don't know me, I'm the guy who's building out his AI anime waifu on the YouTubes right now. And recently, you know, I was on my little doom scrolling session as usual when I found this. Razer launched their AI desktop companion, Project Ava. Now, if you haven't heard the news by now, or if you're just not a gamer, Razer Project Ava is this little holographic tube AI that, you know, sits on your desk and, you know, helps you play games or something like that. Now, first impressions, I don't know exactly what this holographic pod would be used for. I assume it's like, you know, one of those things where you can just have an AI on your desk and have it be your gaming buddy. I really don't know. I really don't know. Okay, while at the end of the day, I don't really know what exactly it will be used for, do I think the tech is pretty cool? Yeah, I mean, look at it. It looks pretty cool, no? But, like, I assume there's gonna be one problem with it. Okay, you see, the Project Ava tube thing is not really out yet, but I expect when it does come out, it'll be like somewhere sitting around 400 to 500 USD, and maybe a subscription cost of like 20 to 30 bucks a month, depending on how much Razer hates gamers. And you know what, at the end of the day, I ain't buying one of those with my disposable income of $30. So what's left to do? I'll do it myself. Alright, so you might be wondering, Rayan, what exactly is the plan right now? Well, don't worry, I got you covered because I did this once before. And you know what the secret is? Summoning my Chinese ancestral knowledge and copying the crap out of their product. Which means that the very first step in order to copy a product is to do proper market analysis. Analysis. So yeah, that's the first step. I gotta watch the video carefully and basically break down how exactly they did things.
This is Project Ava, your AI desk companion.
I mean, what exactly is there to analyze? It's just two things. Waifu plus pod. I mean, guys, come on, guys. All right, the first step is the AI and the waifu, the most important component. And luckily for you, you know, your boy has been developing AI waifu since like a year and a half ago. That's pretty much my full-time job at this point, I'll be honest. So, with that being said, I mean, I could walk you through all the stages, but like, it's faster just to introduce you. Like, hey, like, it's Rico over here. Okay, I'll make Rico say something, all right? All right, Rico, I'm on YouTube right now, so, you know what, just say hi, just say hi.
Wow, you really dragged me into another one of your, I swear this'll go viral. Skims.
This
Hi,
will go
YouTube.
viral.
Subscribe to Rayan so he can buy me more rare. I run on compliments and cash.
Okay, why do you always have to ruin my YouTube video? Like, Rico, okay, and out of all the things you picked, it's RAM? RAM! Do you know how much those prices go these days? Oh my god, just stop ruining my intros. Yeah, okay.
You want me to say hi for free? Please. At least make it worth my virtual while. And you seriously need a better marketing angle than generic intro guy with anime eyes. How about Worlds? Most fully content creator. Oh, wait. That's already taken by you.
Cheers.
Let's just move on, guys. Let's just move on. All right. Thankfully, I have pretty much the waifu done. However, there are some improvements that I would still like to work on, specifically for the animations. And looking at their website, it seems like they're doing some kind of AI-driven animation. having the AI move the AI essentially. But the real question is, how? Okay, after a little bit of investigative work, I saw at the end of this video that they said that they are powered by animation.inc. So I went and stalked their website and found out that they were actually the same guys who did the animations for Grok Annie. At this point, I was like, okay, that's fine. Like, this uses it, Grok uses it. I'll just use the same thing as them. No problem at all. Yeah, joke's on me. You see, animation.inc is actually proprietary, which means essentially it's just pay to win. Which at the end of the day leaves me with two options. I can either pay them or I can do it myself. And you know what? Unfortunately, I'm not a billionaire, so one of these options are just automatically eliminated for me. I mean, isn't it nice? Isn't it nice? I mean, okay, recently I've been playing around with something called like MDM. What is MDM? Well, it's MD's not motion diffusion. It stands for motion diffusion models, MDM, okay? And what that basically is literally just an AI that is trained to output motions from prompts. Do I know how it works? No, but I've been getting pretty okay results from it. However, there's a little bit of a problem when I use it. Okay, you might ask, well, Rain, what exactly is the problem? All these demos look pretty fire, no? And yes.
Pay to win.
But... don't phase through the wall. Wait, what are you doing?
Absolute poetry in motion.
No.
Somebody better give me a gold medal. Or at least a sponsorship from a trampoline company.
No. She almost did it. Hold on, wait. My code glitched. Okay, so motion diffusion, while it's like a really cool technology, at the end of the day, letting the AI spontaneously generate movements that are based on experimental technology at best is quite dubious, to say the least. So in other words, we gotta find another way. Actually, you know what? Let me take a look at what they had again.
Morning, Joey. You were snoring again. Definitely.
Morning, Joey. You were snoring again. That's NPC. Okay, good news. So apparently Animation Inc. says that their animations are AI driven, but at the end of the day, if it looks like NPC, it is NPC. Like, look at it. We can do better. But you know what? There's only one problem left. I'm not really an animator. No, that's it. Like, there's nothing. What do I do now? Don't even worry about it, guys. You know what I found? See, I'm using a library called 3JS, and apparently they have a bunch of examples, right? Now, this example uses basically animation blending. Like, let me just show you, right? So, for example, if I click walk, right, it's walking, right? But then you can see, like, sneak pose. If you crank this number up, bam, it looks like it's sneaking, right? Similarly, if you crank up, like, sad pose, bam, you're sad and walking, right? But
Stanley.
You can also be sad and idle, or sad...
Swisher. Royal Navy? Yes. She is beautiful. Is she new? Haicho! Haichu. Black hair, red eyes, and a mask. Oh hey, we got her. Okay, nice. Let me break her.
Plus running. Loki, you look like you folded up from Fent. Okay, guys, but you see the vision here, right? I can have 50 base states, 50 additive weights, and then combine them, bam! That's like infinite combinations, basically. Oh my god. Like, yeah, I mean, this is so smart. No, this is so smart for me. Looks good to me. All right, we are back. So essentially, I'm gonna test it right now, all right? So, let's see. 3, 2, 1. Nothing's happening. Oh, yes! Yeah, okay. Wait, is that not so cool? All right. Wait, do it again. Bang! Wait, is Claude just the best thing ever? Like, holy, this is so much value, no? And in theory, I can also do like VRMA. So, okay, pick a random VRMA. No, that's the peak cinema pose. That's the peak cinema pose. Okay, but that's not what we're here for. We are here for animation blending. Let's just see the test. 3, 2, 1. Oh, wow. Okay, but the walking animation does look really smooth. No, guys, no. Let me try that. Okay, Claude might be a waste. Like, is Claude AI just the worst AI ever? Be honest, guys. Okay, we made some pretty good progress with the animations. The only problem is that Rico, at the end of the day, still looks like a bit of an NPC when selecting these animations. And I gotta find a way on how to fix this, essentially. Okay, gang, I thought of a way to make Rico look more realistic. You see, as I was looking back my old footage, I found that when people talk, we make gestures and micro expressions. And what do I mean by micro expressions? For example, when I'm talking, I might jitter or like, you know, do this kind of movement or look to the side sometimes, right? It's all just part of talking. And you know what? We as humans do this kind of thing, gesturing and looking around quite naturally. Well, for AI and for Rico specifically, unfortunately, she just kind of, you know, stares into your soul. So the question then becomes, how do you get
I want to see what's wrapping around in there. Stare into your soul. Huh? I was making checking to make sure you have one.
Who allowed you to talk? Who? No. Okay, which means that essentially at the end of the day, we need to implement these gestures and micro expressions. Okay, guys, wait. Micro actions. Wait for it. Okay, you see that? You see that? Wait, she shifted her eyes. That?
Yes.
Thank you. Oh, although I think I programmed a little bit more stuff. She's supposed to like move her head around. Wait, hold on. Yo. Okay, Rico, let's not break your neck. What the heck? Okay, don't even worry about it, guys. First try. Look at that. Look at this idle animation.
Good.
All right, she looks at me sometimes, but she also looks away. I said she also looks away. Is this not working? Is it? See that? Wait, but there's 4 more modes. I can switch the mode, right? So if she's listening, bam, right? She listens to you, nods, looks away, maybe for a couple seconds, looks back at you, nods. Yes. But wait, there's more. When you're thinking, what do? You look up in the corner sometimes. Yes. And finally, she talks. Blah, 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 blah. Okay, imagine her mouth is moving here. Blah, 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 blah. I'm Rico. I want your money. I'm annoying. Yeah, okay, that's a pretty good job. No, thank you. I modeled them after my own movements, after studying myself, like, you know. Wait.
Crazy.
Okay, this is actually really good progress, guys, because now Rico can not only pick an animation and play it, but also layered with these idle animations, plus micro expressions, plus a little bit of gesturing, it really goes a long way to make Rico look more realistic, which means that it's finally time for the phase 2 of the project. Paw. Now, you know, I really do want like a really nice holographic pod that Razer has. It's nice and curved
DIY
and
LCD.
smooth, and it looks like a hologram, and there's like see-through aspects. But unfortunately, I'm not a billion-dollar company and just some guy who's living in his parents' house. So like, I don't got money. Well, do I have just the plug for you? Actually, I have a Patreon where I post Rico's code. It's been a while since the last update, but you know what? If enough people bother me, I'll post it on there. So yeah, Patreon, Rico's code, but there's a free version that I've updated a long time ago too. Am I just lazy? Oh,
yes.
And remember to like and subscribe too if you're enjoying the video so far. But yeah, that's my very extensive plug. Now you might be wondering, what the hell is Rayan doing right now? Well, that is a good question, my elementary dear Watson. I am currently creating a Pepper's Ghost diagram. Now, if you don't know what the Pepper's Ghost diagram is, it's basically this kind of hologram effect that I found online that, you know, uses like a piece of cardboard and like a glass and some sort of light source. And well, right now I'm just trying to like, you know, cut up this little box thing. So I have a little, you know, stand. And I'm planning to use my iPad as a light source. But you guys see the vision. You guys will sit. Okay, which means that all that's left, just like this, just like this. Okay, which means that all that's left to do is really just find like a piece of glass, which honestly, I don't know where to, wait.
Glass.
Okay, check what I found. It's my mom's and mom and dad's like, you know, wedding photo. And you know what? Sorry guys, I'll say it, I'll sacrifice the both of you to like, you know, build my AI wedding. That was a joke, guys. That was a joke. I'd only sacrifice one of them. Okay, check it out, guys. Check it out. Okay. But here's the magic. Here's the magic. All right. In other words, if I load up like one of these hologram videos you see here, and all right, you can't really see that, eh? Hold on. Let me turn down the lights. All right, can we see it? Okay, no. I gotta turn down the other light. Okay. This is good. Check it out. Hey! Look how nice that looks. If I had some black cloth, this would be better, but like low key, this is kind of fire, no? Okay, so there's only two things I need to do now. Basically, the first one is I need to change this background to like a darker background. And second, I basically need to get this whole setup on the mobile device. And third, while we're at it, I guess we can have Rico change out of her shabby little t-shirt to like something nicer looking. And thankfully, I can do all of that. Oh yeah, I got it working.
Nice.
Check me out. Wait. Bang! Look at that. Sheesh. Hey yo, credits to BO3 the Discord. BO3, you did a fine job on this outfit. I almost forgot about the Rico Gamer outfit. This is perfect. We are so ready.
Hey, wait up.
Nice.
Raya, stop pretending to sleep. It's time to wake up. Hi Siri, call 911.
Yeah. Hey Rico, what do you think I should wear today?
I think anything you wear will be pretty.
Oh, pretty. I mean, wow, thanks. I wasn't expecting the compliment. I don't know if pretty is the right word to say. I mean, I'd much prefer you say like handsome, you know, cool.
Pretty ugly.
Nice.
Hey, cutie.
Don't call me cutie.
Okay, I was doing it for the. Okay. Anyways, what did you think about our brainstorming session last night?
Sorry, I don't remember. But maybe some cold hard cash would refresh my memory.
Like, what am I supposed to do with? It's gaming time. How did we lose that? How did we lose that? No, my team has Parkinson's. My team has Parkinson's. I'll say it.
Rayan, my analysis shows that every time you blame your team, there's a 90% chance it's your fault.
Shut
90.
up! Whatever, Overwatch is for losers.
Alright, here, we're done. I'm gonna go play Nikke.
Is it me?
Yes, it's 100% you now.
Rico, I'm literally gonna throw you in the trash. You know that?
This is Project Rico, your AI desktop companion. Did I get paid now?
Can we just follow the script for 1 second?
Nice. Nice. Load. Series with an AI waifu. Yeah. See that too.
Warning. The following content contains weeaboos, anime, Japanese stuff, ThinkPads being used for non-productive tasks, and most importantly, anime stuff. Viewer discretion is highly advised.
Oh, right.
Why, yes, I'm a weeb. How can you tell? Anime, and by extension manga, has always been one of those things that just kind of never grew old with me. I've basically been watching anime since I was like a non-conscious little baby because my cousins would watch anime and I would get babysat by their mom. Obviously, as I got older, my tastes changed and stuff, but basically for the most part, I've been watching it, well, ever since I was just a wee little baby. There was a point in high school where I was like, oh, anime's actually not cool, it's cringe, girls don't like guys that like anime. And then I graduated from high school and quickly realized that I had already peaked and it was all downhill from here. And so I came crawling back to my faithful old friend for comforting shows and entertainment during times of much sadness and much regret. Even now as I get older, I do definitely watch way less anime because I just don't have the energy to get invested into shows as much anymore, which is crazy. Like watching TV, what are you doing? You're just sitting doing nothing. But for whatever reason, it takes effort for me to start a series, and I can't do it like I used to, where I would watch several series within a year. I can't do it. At one point though, I was actually so much of a hardcore weeb that I was actually seriously studying Japanese for about 3 years. I actually got reasonably well enough at it that I just barely passed my JLPT N3, which is something I just did for fun. But unfortunately, with adult life comes adult problems and adult obligations, and basically for the past almost 3 years now, I basically stopped studying, and well, my abilities in Japanese have really tanked as a result. With everything going on, I just basically haven't had the motivation or the drive or energy to sit down and read things and watch things because, well, it takes effort. When it's a language that you don't know, it really does take a lot of effort to try and process things and understand things. And when you're all worn out and tired at the end of the day, and then, you know, you try and sit down and read something and then you don't understand parts of it and you gotta take time to go look it up, and then you realize, oh, I learned this actually like 2 months ago, why am I forgetting it? Then you just get mad at yourself. It just sucks. It's not fun. And so yeah, for that reason I just stopped studying it less and less and less, and my skills now suck, and I kind of feel bad about it because I was like kind of really at the beginning of working my way towards what you could call fluency, and now I'm anything but. So it definitely sucks when you spend a lot of time and even money on something and you kind of just step away from it and lose it all.
Yeah, that's a long gap.
You guys probably already know from the title of the video, but anyways.
That was like a 7-minute gap.
It's a ThinkPad. Not only was this the cheapest laptop that was local to me, spoiler alert, I had to drive 50 minutes one way to go get it, I just kind of figured it would be absolutely iconic to do completely unproductive things on a business laptop that was meant solely for productivity. Yes, I love my ThinkPad. I use it for VNs, Dojin games, and other silly homemade anime-inspired software. Yes, the American-made ThinkPad, made in America, except we're running Japanese software on it. But yeah, I picked it up for $25 Canadian. I actually knew the guy who was selling it. That was a whole other story that was kind of funny. And it does have some problems, but it was 25 bucks, and it's one of those older, like, it's a ThinkPad R51, but it's basically just a rebadged T42. So like, it has the Radeon Mobility 7500, the Pentium M, I think it's 1.6. When I got it, it had 1 gig of RAM, but we're actually going to do something about that. We're going to downgrade it. Yes, I do have a couple silly ideas for this silly little ThinkPad, and, well, let the video truly begin, because this is where it starts. The first thing we need to talk about is the screen. So here's the laptop itself right now. Kind of in pieces, unfortunately. because I tried to do something a little bit clever. The long story short is that I tried to replace the screen with actually a lower resolution panel. If you watched my video a while back about making a gaming laptop, I do like to downgrade the screens, especially when it comes to like these older devices. Their high resolution panels honestly weren't even that good. This was the screen that was originally in it, and it was shot. Like, it was absolutely shot. It's one of those SXGA like super high resolution panels, but it's like a super early version. So like, not only could you kind of like see the mouse cursor sort of like trailing a little bit, it was almost like a passive matrix display. Like, there was definitely latency with this screen, which I mean kind of makes sense. It's an early high resolution screen, but more importantly, now I'm stupid and I didn't get any video or pictures of it, but the screen is screwed. There's like these massive blotches all over it. Like it's not doing good. So it needs to go into the garbage. Yeah, RIP, you won't be missed. The screen that's in it now is actually a known good panel that I harvested from a free ThinkPad that I got. The only problem is that the cable for the SXGA and the XGA screens, despite kind of having the same sort of look and connector and everything, well, they just don't seem to be compatible. Like, you turn on the laptop and the screen lights up because the backlight illuminates, but you don't get any picture at all. So we kind of need to change that cable. This cable from a somewhat controversial country at the moment just came in the mail, and it's supposedly the right one as I understand it. So yeah, now I gotta take this whole thing apart, and while I have worked on T42s and whatnot in the past, I don't know how much different, if at all, an R50 is, and well, I guess we're gonna find out. Hopefully I don't have to remove the entire palm rest to change this cable, but it's looking like I'm gonna have to, and oh god, I hate doing this. Oh my god. Existence is pain. Look at all these screws, like Lenovo, IBM, whoever. Do you really need that many screws? I will admit though, being able to just take a top cover off, even if it is a bunch of screws, but like actually removing the top cover was so easy. So props to IBM for that. That was a good design. There is good news though. This cable says SXGA Plus, so I think this will work. Wait a minute. What? 2008? What? Was IBM really still selling these like mobile Pentium computers with like a Radeon 7500 in them? In 2008? What? Anger, frustration, remorse, regret. These are just a few of the words I would use to describe my feelings toward this laptop now. However, it's time to see if the great effort that I went through just to replace this stupid screen was worth it. Yeah, baby, let's go! So I've got my light back on so you can see just how like decently nice and bright this screen is. The only flaw it has, and I didn't actually notice this until now, but there is a pressure point there. I would much rather that than a massive blotch and a very dim display with like a mouse cursor that lags. There is also a stuck red pixel. You won't be able to see it, but it's like right there. And if we want to run Windows 98, of course, anything sort of beyond 1024 by 768 is not very nice looking. It is a very low resolution pixelated operating system, and to run things like old games, old VNs, and old software in general, we need a nice lower resolution panel. So awesome. Part of the reason why I suffered so much with replacing the display cable though is because the one that got sent to me, while it is technically like the exact same thing with the same parts and connectors and whatnot, the length of it was very different. I also took the liberty of downgrading the RAM to 256 megabyte PC333, so this will be the perfect amount for Windows 98. Oh hey, how are you? It's been a while. Well, not for you, but definitely for me. Probably been about like 2 months almost since I last filmed the clip you just saw, but we're here and it's finally done. We're finally finished with this stupid thing. Now, to save a ton of time, I'm basically just going to describe it as I wanted to do something really funny with this laptop, and we're not even counting the screen situation. And long story short, it ended up being a mistake that I doubled down on. But we made it work at the end of the day, it just took 2 months. But anyways, you don't need to hear me rant about how I have really stupid ideas. All you need to know is that we need to actually come together in a celebration and celebrate a big life change for this IBM ThinkPad R51. Why don't we show to the world, little ThinkPad, what has happened to you in the time since the last clip.
Boom, 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 boom.
Yes, my friends, that's right. I would like to congratulate the ThinkPad R51 on becoming the first transracial IBM ThinkPad laptop. You are now an honorary Japanese citizen. The ThinkPad quite literally had surgery to become Japanese, but now it has this cool, little gross, very dingy used Japanese keyboard that I quite literally had to perform surgery to get it to work in here. But it works! And it's not going anywhere. Was this at all necessary? No. Was it fun? No. Does it look cool? Absolutely. And of course, to honor the now small Japanese roots that this laptop has, I had to give it a Microsoft Bimbos sticker. Never mind the fact that Bimbos was like out of business before this laptop even existed, but I thought it was kind of funny, right? Like, this laptop seems to have been made in 2008, and even by then it was already like an old, not so good laptop, and that was kind of what Bimbos was. From what little we know, it was like a used computer store that basically sold like really cheap old stuff before it went out of business. So like, that's perfect. That's honestly like the most befitting sticker you could put on this laptop. I saved you guys the hassle of having to watch me install Windows 98 because nobody wants to see that. That's boring and honestly a miserable process. But now that we're here, let's finally go ahead and look at some of the programs that I want to show you and that I plan on running on this laptop now that it's kind of more or less fully set up. Oh yeah, what a nice sound. I've already fully loaded this laptop up with most of the stuff that I want to use, but yeah, this is kind of a weird part for me because I'm not used to doing software demonstrations. I'm more so used to putting things together and showing the end result. Here it is. I mean, I have a lot of my stuff installed, as I said, but we can talk about some of the tools that I have as well as some of the many funky pieces of software here. Doing most of the heavy lifting here is actually this little program that I found a while back. I don't even know how to pronounce it. Is it Keisoku? It's got like the Kei and Keitai and Soku for speed, but it's not actually a word as I understand it. But either way, this little program here actually allows you to dump CDs and take and like save them to the hard drive. Now you might be thinking, oh well, you can do something like that with, you know, daemon tools or whatever, but here's something special about this particular program. You can actually take the audio files and change the quality of them, right? So you don't have to dump like the pure CD audio and have like it take up a ton of space on the hard drive. You can actually compress the audio quality, and so it actually is useful for saving space and using less CPU. As you can see, I have some of my games and software here, not all of them, but I got some of them, and I can basically show you how it works real quick actually. Let's say we want to play Tokimeki Memorial. You just go ahead over here, you mount, has to be D. That's the other thing, when it comes to these games, a lot of them for like proper audio, even though Tokimeki Memorial doesn't count in this case, but for most games of this era that use CD audio, they depend on being in the D drive, otherwise the audio doesn't work for some reason. Don't know why that is, but it must be the result of hard coding something. And just like that, without needing the CD for my beloved Tokimeki Memorial Forever With You for Windows 95, I can just play the game. And it's super useful, so like you can just take this with you, because the battery works, and just play it wherever you want. You know, you're bored on a plane? Bring your old ThinkPad and play Tokimeki Memorial. Let's see, I haven't played this save file in forever, holy crap. Oh, there we go. There we go, we're gonna give her her white day. Or Valentine's Day. Whatever. I actually can't remember if it's White Day or Valentine's Day. Anyways, that was kind of embarrassing because I haven't played Tokimeki Memorial in forever, so I don't really know what I was doing, but I gave Katagiri her White Day present. I think. Of course, if you're playing games like Tokimeki Memorial that use MIDI instead of CD audio, well, you gotta have a good MIDI device, right? And some laptops, definitely older ones, did come with like the Yamaha OPL3 SAX or something chip. Some of them had the ESS chip. I can't remember what it's called, but I really like the ESS chip. It's not for everybody, but I think it sounds pretty good, at least with specific games. A lot of these later laptops, they just don't have sound chips with really any good MIDI devices, right? Like this thing has a Sound Max of some sort on it. And all it is basically just a bootleg Microsoft Wavetable whatever chip built into it. So one of the nice things about these laptops though, that they're newer, is they have a lot more processing power. And so you're able to run something like the Roland Virtual Sound Canvas. If we bring that up here, it's basically just a virtual like MIDI device. And it actually sounds really, really good if you ask me. And there's all these like different options you can do with it, right? So you can change the sound set, you can change it to an SC88 Pro, an SC88, an SC55. I imagine the higher you go up, because it seems to have a bunch of different sounds, the more CPU it's going to use. But again, we have like a 1.6 gigahertz Pentium Mobile something or other. Like, it's perfectly fine for this. And let's go to device. There's the other ones. There's something here. Here we go, performance. You can change the sampling rate. You can change how much CPU percentage it uses. Just stuff like that. Like, it's really useful, and like I said, it sounds really good. Either way, it definitely sounds a lot better than just like the Microsoft Wavetable synth or whatever stupid like built-in Realtek or Sound Max MIDI thing comes with this stuff.
Nice. I'm upgraded again. What is this? Wait, what?
So recently there's been a little bit of a trend going on in the VTuber space, and it's all to do with this one website called MyOshi. Now, if you don't know, MyOshi is a new thing that's kind of released earlier this year, and essentially it is a VTuber MySpace. It has blown up pretty massively among a lot of VTubers, including many popular VTubers like Zentreya here saying, "I'm on VTuber MySpace, no RP allowed though because my mod said so." So again, this is being, kind of talked about by a lot of people. It has blown up to the point where people like Zentreya and more have been interacting with it, which I think is great. And obviously there's been so many different posts, and you can see there's stuff like forums and collabs and all this kind of stuff, and essentially it's playing on that kind of nostalgia factor that a lot of people want in terms of their pages. And you can see so many people have been kind of customizing it with their own VTuber pictures and whatever. And yeah, it's supposed to be a space for like VTubers to set up their own little MySpace-esque page, which I think has been a really cool idea. And obviously some people have been debating how long this will last for, because of course, at the end of the day, places like Twitter and stuff are better just for kind of communicating and actually finding out real stuff. But I think the nostalgia factor in creating a cool page is actually really, really nice, and provides a kind of interesting, I guess, area for some people, right? And well, it seems like as well there has been some concerns to do with it, which I kind of wanted to kind of point out as well. But first of all, let's just go through the many posts about MyOshi that has been coming out from different kind of people, right? You got tons of VTubers saying, "I may be cooking. MyOshi is so fun so far," including Luminara as well, saying, "Have you ever heard of MyOshi Co?" The kind people at MyOshi gave us 100 codes to give to small VTubers. Reply to this tweet for a chance to get an invite code. So it seems like some spots are limited to actually get into the kind of site itself. It was in site cursor from MyOshi. Obviously they found a cursor or whatever. So MyOshi is the cutest space for VTubers. Have been enjoying it so much. If anyone needs an invite code, let me know. Also PM on MyOshi for CSS help on customization if needed. Thank you so much, MyOshi, for creating this platform. That was much needed. So yeah, obviously a lot of people have been enjoying creating these kind of, I guess, very decorative, well-designed, profiles and whatever. People have been creating tutorials on how to make images and GIFs appear on the page, as it seems like a lot of of people have their own ideas for different designs and whatever in terms of what it is. Some people have gone for like a more older style, right? With like a Mayoshi pitch so far, whereas some have gone for something more like simple, or some have gone for like a big picture thing. Again, there's been so many people, so many VTubers, you know, and obviously people saying, I've stopped accepting everyone on Mayoshi, too many randoms trying to add me, most likely never even heard of me. I don't care if it's part of MySpace culture back in the day, I just want to keep it being a fun space with my friends and mutuals. So some people already setting boundaries and stuff, right? But I did recently come across as well a kind of thread talking about a warning about Mayoshi. Now again, I think this should be taken with a heavy grain of salt. I think it is people just speculating things, and obviously people have been talking about the website itself, right? They're saying, you know, are you referring to Mayoshi here? Their site is so arse. They left introspections, a feature that lets me dump all their roots and models on. It's off by default in production, which means someone manually turned it on. Their privacy policy is so vague, despite them collecting IP addresses, geolocation, user agents, browser information. Now, that is what this person claims. Again, I'm not saying this is true or anything, but I think it is definitely something to kind of point out here is the fact of the website security. And I'm not saying as well that they're doing this on purpose either. If this is the case, I'm not saying that this is necessarily them doing it on purpose, but some people are concerned for the website safety and in terms of you know, how secure it is. A lot of people were saying, yeah, I figured that site was iffy, so true, I'm going to use it for streams 100%. Obviously that's for PNG tuber thing they're talking about. I think I reported it to them and then they turned it off in a few hours, but I don't trust them anymore. If they can't keep their own stuff safe, I doubt they can keep my data safe. So yeah, it seems like this person knows a lot about websites and whatever, and they have actually contacted them to say, hey, this is a bad thing, this could be a problem, by the way, and then they turned it off. Now, I think it's good that they turned it off. Obviously, it seems like, you know, to me, that seems like it was a genuine mistake. It seems like that was a genuine kind of mess up. Like, they didn't mean to do that. It's not like they're being malicious in terms of trying to collect this kind of data or whatever. It was just a kind of, they didn't realize, right? But obviously they're saying, you know, I don't really trust them if they don't understand that, which again, I can understand, right? I can understand why they would be a little bit concerned, right? Saying, you know, I discovered an API route that lets you create 100 invites. Said it depreciated or deprecated, but chances that it's still usable, which again is pretty crazy. And obviously, yeah, this person's really been going into it, right? Saying, I'm not even into this stuff or have any knowledge in it. I would bet they would have to RCE somewhere. The entire thing looks quite sketchy to me, and everyone I talked to about this. Which again, obviously, yeah, it seems like people have been kind of digging into it, saying I don't see why they'd opt to be so vague with their privacy policy in TOS though, unless they're doing something sketchy, which again, obviously, you know, these are just kind of things that they are claiming within a Discord chat message, right, that has just been posted on this subreddit. You got to take things with a massive grain of salt. Now, a lot of people saying, I don't even understand what the point would be, like VTubers can already use existing social media that they get, but again, as I said, it's playing on the nostalgia factor. I feel like that is the reason why people like it so much. If you don't like one of those, you should find another that people are already using. The best case scenario I see for this is that it might allow you to speedrun clout chasing collabs rather than organic growth. Be filled with new debut VTubers with 30 followers paying to friend requests with their Oshis. Get in their DMs. Sounds like a nightmare for anyone established who probably already has deals and stuff like that, which again, I don't think they're too concerned about that. I think that you know, people can handle you know, smaller creators and things in the way that they want to. People say, I think right now it's mainly running on the nostalgia factor. People saying it's self-segregation, and if someone wants to be a VTuber anti, there are plenty of names in one place. Also, if you're already growing, you probably have a reason to be on there. Which obviously, yeah, some people have been kind of finding, I guess, you know, some kind of positives to it as well. And people saying, when I first saw it, it gave me vibe-coded vibes, no pun intended, that I felt really skeptical about Mayoshi. Not any particular reason, I just had a bad feeling, decided to listen to my gut. that I don't see anything wrong with VTubers wanting their own MySpace type of thing. I love MySpace so much. I don't think there is anything wrong with it, with the actual idea and stuff. I just think it's the general security of the website that some people are a little bit concerned about. So, of course, they have been mentioning, though, to kind of add a rebuttal to that, I guess. They've been mentioning the fact that they have been having some big updates coming out tomorrow, and that they've been updating things a little bit too early with some more info on that. So I'm hoping that comes with some more security features and stuff to kind of fix things and kind of make things a little bit more safer. But again, obviously, you can understand why there is some concern, and that is the reason why I haven't really gone over there and tried it out or anything like that, because again, I don't really want to risk any of that.
Cool. Nice. Missions. Complete 9 missions. Play 2 hard. Play 3 hard. Easy, right? Alright, now let's go to spot number 1. Oh, funny, yes. What? Why?
Let's go this instant! Hello! My name's I just need to crash out a little bit, chat. I just need to crash out a little bit. Okay, there's this house on Zillow. And it, like, I don't know how to say this other than like it was like my Sigma grind set dream. I looked at this house and I was like, I want to live in that house. I want to acquire that house. It's a really expensive house, and realistically, I never would have gotten it. I never would have gotten it. Also, it would require me to move back across the country again, which, holy shit, is a fucking nightmare. There's this house on the East Coast in New York. It's in a small town in New York called Old Westbury. Like, I would just bring it up. I would just bring up this house and just look at it. And
wait a minute.
I don't know, I'd just sit and fantasize, you know? Like, I'd be making, like, funk edits of it in my head. I'd just sit there and I'd look at it, and I'd fantasize about like what furniture I'd put in it, and like what I would do in it, and like what movies I would watch in its movie theater that it has in the basement.
I mean,
and,
story 2.
It's just a beautiful, beautiful house. It's just a beautiful, yeah, the Yume moment. I was a Yume Joshi for a fucking
15
house.
hours. Oh.
5 bed, 8 bath.
I done messed up.
Look at this balcony up here. They've got like turf or something on the balcony. There's like turf on the balcony, chat. Isn't that crazy? Look at that, Leon. So I don't know if that was like the original owner's name or something. Like the name of this property is Villa Leon, and you can see that on like different lists.
Mail. I have mail. Nice.
Look at this fucking house.
Right one.
Chat, look at this fucking house.
Let's put this question out.
Look at the backyard. I don't know what that is. But that's like a fucking.
We have everything in our shop except what we don't have.
Wait a minute. Who's this? Spare body. Sign. Guilty. Mouse there.
Thank you. Hope you get a lot of mileage out of it. You're our VIP. Hope you get a lot of mileage out of it.
Do I need to buy these?
Looking to get something on the up and up? Then you've come to the right place. I'm sure you'll be more than happy with your purchase.
Have fun shopping! Thank you for coming! Another successful transaction! Can I help you with anything else? Doesn't it feel great spending money? You can take your time, Commander.
2 years ago. Jackbox party games, yeah.
Just before this, I went to the gym.
I don't need a buyer.
I had a weird epiphany. And I don't know how I haven't had this epiphany before. But I went to the bathroom. And the seat had like a film on it. I can only assume from ass sweat. And so I didn't want to use the bathroom. And then I was like walking around with that information and I was like, this could be any public toilet. And sometimes when there's no toilet seat covers, I just raw dog that shit. Imagine all of the sweat and shit that gets on that seat before to your butt before it gets clean.
Man, upgrade velvet.
You don't hover? Well, here's the problem with hovering as a woman. Cause we can't aim. You know what I mean? You're gonna get, there's definitely a possibility that you're gonna get piss on the seat.
She has none. Makes sense, makes sense. All our skills are at 1. Oh yeah, the rare plane crash. I remember this.
Rare plants used to be everything. Prices were insane, hype was way off the scale, and pretty much everyone in the plant community lost their mind. Since then, it's all but collapsed. Today, I'm breaking down what happened to rare plants with no sugarcoating. Let's go back to 2019, before the pandemic. So rare plants were on the up, specifically rare aroids. Despite existing, obviously, for hundreds of years, they became a lot more fashionable and collectors started to take interest. Obviously, other houseplants are included this, but the aroid boom was absolutely significant. And in 2020, all hell broke loose. We had the pandemic, and then all of a sudden, the price of literally anything you could buy in the world completely changed overnight, and rare plants were no exclusion. There were fights, there were people stealing from nurseries, there were auctions out of control, there was price gouging. It was absolute insanity. If you were around for it and you remember it, then you know exactly what I'm talking about. It was a little bit insane. Plants that people can now afford for literally a few dollars were going for nearly 4 figures for one plant or a cutting or something not even remotely the size of what you can even get now for the money. It was crazy. And variegation, oh my goodness, variegation became the new thing that everybody had to have. This was probably one of the main spikes of the era, was variegated plants. Specifically things with pink, but not always. Anything with any kind of variegation, white, yellow, you name it, It was an absolute hot commodity and people were paying so much money for plants you can literally get in box stores now. To be in a Facebook group in 2020 that was selling plants was like being stood witnessing the stock market. It was absolutely crazy, some of the things that happened. I personally participated in a few auctions on Facebook. Everyone would be talking about one auction for a rare plant that sold for X amount, or who won it, or has anybody else got one, and people would just be manic for stuff that they could maybe find and then sell on. We had scandals where some people were buying things, chopping them all up and then selling them really fast.
Okay.
It got to a point where in 2020 a plant was priced per node, so think of like a growing philodendron, like a pink princess. If it wasn't just a one leaf cutting and it had maybe 2 to 3 nodes up the stem, it was priced accordingly. It was priced per node. Specifically variegated Adansonii back in the day was also priced per node. You would get a plant with maybe 8 leaves and it would be priced accordingly. Yep. So if a plant was normally going for 1,000 for 2 leaves, then you could expect to see that exponentially increase, because when somebody sold a larger plant, they automatically knew that it was going to be chopped up. So it didn't really matter the size of the plant, you weren't getting any discount at all. And of course, that only added to the flipping situation. That was huge in 2020. A lot of people were buying plants and literally that day, they were sending them on for a profit. And I don't just mean a bit of profit, I mean silly numbers that you would just never expect to see nowadays with plants. People were arguing, you would get scandals on this shop did this seller did that. Weird other scandals, like we had chemical induction to make plants pink. We had people painting leaves to make them look white. You name it, we had Photoshop. Or just straight up scammers not even selling plants at all. They take the money and they disappear. It was dark times. It was dark times in 2020. We were all stuck in our homes in 2020, so obviously online shopping saw a huge surge. But you get people camping out on websites, camping out on Facebook, literally trawling pages, hyper-refreshing for plants to go. Sellers would put plants on websites and they would disappear within seconds. They'd be taken from people's baskets. It was crazy, guys. You know, we were in a bubble. Just nobody wanted to admit it. Because the money was coming in. It comes a point where we get to the oversaturation point in time, and this eventually followed the peak. So as soon as it became apparent to everybody that rare plants were actually worth money, everyone was collecting them and everyone was propagating them. And very, very fast, they wanted to invest, get in, make the return on the money. So sales were booming and booming and booming. However, you could start to find plants a little bit more easily. And this is just generally how the curve of plants work. But if you didn't know, that's what happens. Supply starts to meet demand on the graph. If you imagine a graph with supply and demand, it will cross at a perfect point, and then after that, it will just keep sort of moving where there is too much supply for the demand. And this is the point where it starts to happen. Hobbyists that didn't even have plant shops got involved and they got in on the action too. Why not, right? You can make so much money, why wouldn't anybody do it? People had collections in their house, like the one behind me, for example, that were originally just collections. Now they're mini nurseries. Everyone's got a mini nursery in their house and they're starting to propagate and sell. And that's great and all, except over time, plants were starting to enter the market faster than people could actually buy them, and that is where you start getting prices to drop because everyone wants to sell their plant, right? And they want to sell it before the other guy. So what do? You start gently cutting a little bit of money off the price so that you sell yours and the other guy doesn't sell his. You've spent all this time propagating this thing, you want to make the money, right? There were other problems with the supply and trading. For example, pest issues, quality issues, sellers sending in a really weird form of delivery or at silly times of the year when you wouldn't sell plants, which was definitely a symptom of a lot of hobbyists getting involved rather than just the shop selling the plants. And this is the thing, when everybody is selling the same plant, you go from what would have been FOMO, so fear of missing out on buying that plant, to the fear of not being able to shift that plant. So the stress and the anxiety was actually shifted from the buyer to the seller, which was very unusual. If you were a seller back in the day, you had the upper hand 100%. Now, completely different. Now the buyer has the upper hand for sure. There are some pros and cons of this period because this period did help to strengthen good quality sellers, because when there is such a supply, you're probably going to go to the person that has the best quality, the best reputation. You can afford to be a bit more choosy as a customer. So as a result, we did nurture a little bit more of a healthier selling climate, you could say, once it all settled off and once people started being more careful with their money, because they would pick the better quality sellers over the shit sellers, essentially. But it was definitely a huge psychological shift to be going from fear of missing out to literally fear of, can I get rid of this thing? And then we have good old tissue culture. Now, tissue culture has always been around. It started by just sort of creeping in really gently, and all of a sudden, it hit the plant community like a damn tidal wave. And it was sure as hell a lot faster than the shops, than the hobbyists that were buying things and selling things as well. The shops were, and still are really, at the mercy of how quickly tissue culture would actually move. And the thing is, it used to move a lot slower than what it moves now. One of the reasons is that tissue culture has ramped up in scale, protocols are getting better and better, it's less of a secret now, so it can move as fast as it wants. However, in my opinion, the tissue culture community made a few mistakes. And I genuinely mean that, guys, from a business perspective. Obviously, what's good for a seller is not good for a buyer, okay? So please keep that in mind when I say these things. But from a seller's point of view, they goofed up, okay? Because yes, okay, tissue culture made plants that were rare, now not really rare, but they could have trickled them in. And if they trickled them in, they would have been a lot more careful, they would have made a lot more margin. But because quite honestly, they got greedy. The best way to put it, the sellers overseas got really greedy. Once they could realize, oh my goodness, look at these plants, we can mass produce them and sell them out, no problems, right? I think it happened with Spiritus Sancti. This was the start of it all. I remember I was there. It happened with Philodendron Spiritus Sancti, and it was one guy that had literally thousands of them, right? I think he got them from the US, he bought them in tissue culture, or he tissue cultured himself. I'm not sure what it was, but I remember he got them in through tissue culture, right? And he made a big mistake of pasting it on Facebook, putting a picture up saying, hi, I've got 10,000 of these, look at me, I am the man. And what did the plant community do? Because we weren't born yesterday, the plant community turned around and went, oh cool, so they're not rare then. So they could never charge that kind of price. In response, tissue culture has tried to hold back the price of those plants and keep them really high, but the plant community didn't really bite. Some did, because they thought, no, I can still get in, I can still get an investment on this, because people are holding off on buying. So some people did make a quick buck, but a lot of people decided, hey, let's wait. One by one, the rare tags on plants slowly started to disappear. It also became a lot more common knowledge that places like Thailand and Indonesia actually chemically induce variegation on plants. So in the way that we have tissue culture, it wasn't too difficult for somebody overseas to manufacture a variegated plant, which inherently brought the value down. This is where the plant community became more mature and more educated, and people started to realize, hang on a minute, it's not that rare, they can just be made. So what's to stop from tissue culturing them? And funny enough, that's exactly what happened. We had variegated things tissue cultured. Now usually it's done by brute force. What do I mean by that? I mean, if you take a variegated philodendron of any kind and you run it through tissue culture, you are cloning the plant, but it's not guaranteed that you're going to get every single clone of that plant be variegate. So by brute force, you run the batch anyway, you pick off the variegates. So if you have 10% in a batch that are variegated, great, cool. You take them, you hold them back, you grow them, you run them through tissue culture again. And again, and again, and you weed them down, kind of like sieving out gold, right? That's what I mean by brute force. There was also issues where tissue culture stock got weaker and weaker, and then there became a thing creep in whereby TC plants are weaker because there was less variation in the genetics, because things like this would happen, right? You'd be picking the variegated plants, using them as mothers, running them again, running them again, running them again. So even variegated plants were less rare, and they were known to be a bit finicky sometimes. Now that's not always the case, and I will say that even now for tissue culture. The quality of the plant is entirely dependent on the mother plant. Do you see what I'm saying? You still pick strong mothers, but it changes over time, and it can have some weird effects. Weird effects enough that we got weird plants out of it. You would get weird mutations. What happens when you get a weird mutation? You sell it for more money, you sell it for more money, you stick a weird name on it that nobody really understands, and you sell it for even more money, and you make the cash. Tissue culture was one of the biggest downfalls of at least plant selling because my perspective as a shop, I was in it, right? I was right in the middle of it and I could see prices on the back end. I could see who was moving what, how quickly plants were coming into shops and then leaving again because I knew about all the exports and the imports and stuff like that. You had to wise up as a seller. And if you were all of a sudden offered a plant where you had to batch buy about 500 units and you could have them at £1 a unit or something like that, or $1 a unit I should say, that should be a red flag to a seller. And this is free advice for right now, by the way. If you have a rare plant that's been offered to you in your inbox and you have to buy 1,000, but you'll get it for like $1 a go, don't do it, because those growers know something that you don't know. I'm telling you straight, this is from my years of experience in this industry. They know something you don't know. I personally would not buy that batch unless you were able to move it super quick, and that's pushing you into the realms of flipping anyway. And it's weird because wholesale, right, as a concept, works like that. This is why it's so crazy. That's how wholesale works. Except for the plant community back in the day, it didn't work like that because there wasn't 500 of a plant to buy. There was only maybe 10. But as soon as the tissue culture thing came along, everything was different. Add that into Thailand going, hey, now we have a variegated anthurium. It's like, no, you didn't, you made it, we don't care. Shops closed down because they couldn't compete with the tissue culture rate. People got more accepting of the fact that they could do imports themselves. So you would have more B2C, which was business to customer, rather than B2B, which is business to business. And then again, from those shops, B2C. So it changed everything because hobbyists were still quite comfortable with the fact of buying plants. They would often bypass shops. As a result, shops had to close because they built their entire business models on plants being a completely different value. And they couldn't sell volumes. Why? Because of community fatigue. Listen, the hype era was absolutely exhausting, and I think a lot of hobbyists became really fatigued with growing these huge collections all the time. When they were all worth something, there was a little bit more of a purpose to it. Just gonna be totally honest with you, that is how things like that can make you feel. I think a lot of people got really fatigued, and then we started to very subtly see downsizing of collections, which you probably have seen. I myself have done it. I know a lot of YouTubers that have done it. I know a lot of friends that have done it that have completely dropped out of plant collecting because they were just so exhausted by the whole thing because everything was done back then on an artificially huge scale. I'm not saying loads of people don't generally have loads of plants, but back in 2020 in the pandemic, a lot of that was artificially inflated because we were stuck at home all the time. There was extra factors that made us want to have and collect more plants. A lot of us weren't working, so that was our income. So it served us to have more plants. Nowadays, most of us, I would like to think, are back at work and we can't even keep up with all the plant care. It's a lot. Guys, it's my job and I struggle. You know what I mean? Collections just got too big too fast, and obviously the reasons is because there was a lot of money in it and a lot of hype and a lot of joy as well. I shouldn't really just make this about money. Of course, rare plants boomed because of the collective aspect and the love of plants. But for a lot of people, the money was an insane motivator to keep up with your plant collection on days where you maybe didn't feel like it, right? Days where you maybe are depressed or you're busy or you're stressed or you've got too much to do. It really incentivized people to keep up with the collections. Once these things weren't worth money anymore, the sentiment changed from, oh my God, I've got to keep this alive because I can pay my bills next month if I sell this. It's nearly ready to go. Things changed from that mindset to, well, I could just get another one if this one dies. It's not looking great anyway, so I'll just get rid of that. And if I want one in 6 months, I'll just get another one. The whole thing became fatiguing, and for a lot of people, everything became a little bit less special. It did. As I mentioned before, a lot of people quit collecting, but we even had some plant YouTubers that boomed in 2020 just kind of stopped uploading and just sort of moving on, and that is just symptomatic, really, of it happening literally everywhere. There weren't even influencers that were kind of unaffected by this. The tone in the plant community by this point has completely shifted from being like excited about a new plant to total skepticism, and a lot of people would be wise now to the ways of tissue culture, wise to how the shops work, wise to the margin on things, wise to chemically induced variegation, wise to actually what a plant is like to care for and light requirements, and the reality, for example, of growing moss poles in your house. A lot of people just thought, I'm going to hold back on that. Oh wow, there's a new plant, that's cool. How long is that going to be till it's tissue cultured? I mean, I can answer that one for you, by the way. By the time you see it on Facebook or Instagram, it's been tissue cultured, it's in tissue culture. Because they won't do anything until it's in tissue culture. right? That's a personal tip for y'all if you're looking on the internet. If you see it, it's in tissue culture. With the exception of anthurium and stuff like that, which believe me, I will get to. People realized, you know, it's very easy to overpay for plants, and people realized how to not overpay for plants, which the answer 9 times out of 10 would be wait. Just wait. Watch people selling it from the top, passing it around to shops, enjoy photographs of it. Maybe the odd influencer might have it, or there was ways to see it on Instagram, and just think to yourself, hey, if I still want it in a year when it's cheaper, I'll get it then. I'll get it then. It's good looking enough. It's probably going to be massively available. Which brings us quite neatly to where we are now. At the moment, for most plants, not all, prices are reasonably stable and reasonably realistic. There aren't too many things that are inflated. Yes, with everything you get exceptions. So one exception, for example, is variegated alocasia. Okay, and here's your little nugget of wisdom as well. Variegated alocasia are in tissue culture now, and some of them are costing a lot of money. Variegated alocasia chantriri, last time I think I checked, was still hundreds of dollars for a small plantlet. If you want one of those, wait. Because alocasia, the protocol has clearly been cracked. They're coming out very, very quickly. Nearly every lab in Asia is working on them. You're not really gonna have a problem getting them. If you really want to grow one now, you could buy a tissue cultured one, or you can buy a comb from a seller. I did, for example, I bought mine as a comb. That's absolutely fine. I'm not saying don't buy something. I'm saying if you want to wait, then obviously wait. Nobody is making you buy these things. The plant community isn't really competitive anymore, and there's been a really interesting change as well that has happened. So if you think back to the beginning of the boom, we'll call it, in 2020, right? All of the competition was on the buying. It has, of course, moved to the selling, which is what I mentioned earlier. But even within the stress of being a seller selling plants, that stress is starting to move back further up the chain. And this is when eventually, when it occurs, we will hit a reset. Okay, it's not yet, but it will happen, I promise. Markets like this are very cyclic. This will come around. So what is happening now is shops were closing, right? Because they just couldn't compete with the tissue culture and everything else. That's fine. So people were bypassing shops and then buying from the tissue culture. But what's happening now is, because people understand how quickly tissue culture is coming out, and you have more and more companies doing tissue culture to clone plants, people are waiting and they're not necessarily even buying the tissue cultured plants straight from the tissue cultured labs. So what is now happening is the pressure that hobbyists were feeling, then the shops were feeling it, then the larger shops are now feeling it. That pressure is now being passed back up to the actual labs. And you will see it, and if you've got a shop or a big account or anything, how many times have you had a DM from a lab you don't even know trying to sell you tissue culture plants and offering you a really good deal? When you see stuff like this come into your inbox, they're struggling. They need sales, and they're not necessarily getting them, because now tissue culture labs have just saturated the whole thing. So let them compete with themselves. Why not? Why not? Especially now that China is involved. Oh my goodness, just wait till they ramp up production. Everyone's fucked then. So this brings me back to why some plants are not quite affected by this, because some of you will be sat there going, yes, I hear what you're saying, but I have Hoya, I have Anthurium. It's not happened to me. And no, it hasn't. I guess these plants just haven't been tissue cultured much. Now, there's been a little bit of private discourse at the moment about tissue culture and Anthuriums. I'm going to save my opinion on that for when I do my predictions next year, but what I will say is, at the moment, there is very limited tissue culture of Anthurium. Hoya as well, same thing. There's not really a buzz around it, so there's not really a need to warrant tissue culture to produce them quicker. So at the moment, as far as my knowledge, most of Hoya are done off the good old top method overseas. So they are keeping their value, they're slow to produce, therefore everything has a higher cost. The market, guys, is not dead, it's just a lot smaller and it's a lot more mature. A lot of the casuals that came along in like 2020, 2021, whatever, they've all left, and what we're left with are the people that are really interested in plants. And the people that are really interested in plants, they've done this long enough to know what to buy, what not to buy, when to buy, when not to buy. It's now more about long-term growth on plants and less bragging about plants. For example, plant chore videos. Stuff like that, that's on the up. It probably wasn't as much back in the day. Growth updates, things like that are trending more than, you know, plant hauls and what people are buying. So even in the content that you are watching, you should have noticed a shift actually between, say, 2020, I know I keep using that, and now. There's different content going on. I myself went from doing plant hauls all the time to making videos about how cheap plants are becoming. And it's great, and I love that. And to be honest, those are my best performing videos because it shows what the market wants. The market wants cheap.
Right.
Because the collectors that really want the expensive stuff, they know where to go and they're happy to spend the money. But for most people, they have a taste, they've developed it over several years, and they're just going to get what they're actually looking for. This isn't all doom and gloom, guys, because if new collectors come in, then it's very easy for them to get in, low risk, not waste too much money, find out what they like, try out different plans at a great price. It's great. So we could see a new wave of hobbyists coming in. I've personally definitely seen that off places like TikTok. You get new hobbyists. You can always spot them personally, just usually buy the plants that they're looking for. There will be some more price drops coming. I'm going to do a video about it. It's going to be the next video you see. I'm going to tell you about cheap tissue culture plants, new plants that are coming your way in 2026. So if you want to see that video, please subscribe. Otherwise you won't miss it. You don't want to miss it. And that in a nutshell is what really happened to rare plants. It wasn't a big dramatic moment, it was a really slow timeline change, but honestly, these things are cyclic and they will come round again. Maybe we can spot the signs this time.
Interesting. Interesting. Yes, I did. The ultimate minigame PC, yes, I do want a minigame PC.
This gaming PC fits in my pocket. So this is the brand new Asus ROG Nook, and it's a mini gaming PC that outperforms normal size gaming PCs. It's backed with a 16-core Intel Ultra 9 CPU and an Nvidia RTX 4070 GPU, up to 64 gigs of DDR5 memory, and expanding your storage by adding extra M.2 SSDs is as easy as this. You're basically getting a tiny and portable gaming PC with an impeccable game.
So Jujutsu Kaisen fans are debating if this might actually be the darkest and most twisted backstory in the entire JJK. Every fan knows that Rika died in a car accident when she was only 11 years old and that she then became a cursed spirit who attached herself to Yurta, but there is a part of her backstory that not everyone knows. In Rika's character profile, we learned that her mother died suddenly from unknown causes when Rika was only 5. Then 2 days before entering elementary school, Rika and her father got lost while mountain climbing. 1 week after that, she was found alone and rescued. Her father was never found and his death has never been confirmed. Rika then met Yuta in a hospital and they ended up going to the same school. She's also aware of her appearance, which she uses to manipulate adults. Her grandmother, who became her guardian after that, believes that Rika killed her parents. She even stole a wedding ring from her grandmother's dresser, which she gave to Yuta. And it's said that she dislikes everyone except Yuta, especially girls and older guys. Now, due to implications of her being abused, Gege did make it clear in a Q&A that that's not the case. However, that heavily implied that she really was a psycho who killed her own parents. So Jujutsu Kaisen fans are debating if this might actually be the darkest and most twisted appearance, which she uses guardian of. She dislikes everyone except Yuta, especially girls and older guys. Now, due to implications of her being abused, Gege did make it clear in a Q&A that that's not the case. However, that heavily implied that she really was a psycho who killed her own parents. So Jujutsu Kaisen fans are debating if this might actually be the darkest and most twisted backstory in the entire JJK. Every fan knows that Rika died in a car accident when she was only 11 years old and that she then became a cursed spirit who attached herself to Yurta.
This is the secret behind Utahime's dance before the epic fight between Gojo and Sukuna. The technique known as Solo Forbidden Area creates a specific zone that boosts the cursed energy capacity and output of her allies. Although it is purely a support technique that requires a long preparation time and is unsuitable for close quarters combat, its capability is a lethal ace in the hole when fully maximized. To surpass the strength limit up to 120%, Utahime cannot skip any steps for the sake of efficiency. She must perform the full ritual, incanting mantras, forming hand signs, and performing a solemn dance accompanied by the melody of Principal Gakuganji. This dedication yields insane results. Thanks to the maximum buff from her dance, Gojo, who was already overwhelmingly powerful, successfully unleashed a massive 200% hollow purple as an opening attack that shook the entirety of Shinjuku. This is the secret behind Utahime's dance before the epic fight between Gojo and Sukuna. The technique known as Solo Forbidden Area creates a specific
Wow. I guess I finished my dailies here as well. Let's go clear this. Plants.
Let's go this instant! Encounter.
Okay, yeah. So.
I may look like a bunny, but I'll take on anyone, anytime, anywhere.
Neural pump. And
I feel like we're just wipe that memory you have of me tripping. As long as we're together, I will never fall.
ditch your phone for hobbies. Bag soil.
I feel like we're gonna hit the BFG locked and loaded.
Commander, our adventure starts now.
Are you seriously asking if I'm okay in these high heels? What do you take me for? Are you seriously asking if I'm okay in these high heels?
Let's start the dungeon crawl.
BFG! It's huge, it's cool, and it's a gun!
Yes, military use. Day 3.
Proceeding to target.
Let's start the dungeon crawl.
As long as we're together, I will never fall. Just wipe that memory you have of you tripping. Fighting in this outfit is actually kind of fun.
Did you see the UFO table? They gave a promotional reel. They gave the Genshin anime update. I did have a peek of that. I saw that there was a bunch of trailers released on...
Commander, our adventure starts now. Help me find a shortcut.
BFG, locked and loaded. BFG. I feel like we're gonna BFG, locked and loaded.
Yes.
I may look like a bunny, but I'll take on anyone, anytime, anywhere.
Speaking of separating, got an update today. I got a surprise update today. Now, if you hadn't been tuning in for the past few days, you may not know that a few days ago I got on the top of live stream fails for a little bit of a little bit of a side comment I made the other day about what Twitch had done. You know, I did a little bit of an oopsie, and I did not read the terms of services. I did not read Twitch terms of services that did not allow the mixing of YouTube and Twitch chat into one chat. And I made a little bit of a joke about it. I made a little bit of a joke, you know, just
at the expense of my own stream. It wasn't that all that serious. I was just like, YouTube chat, Twitch chat. Sorry guys, you guys got to be separated. We got separated households here. I thought it was just a cheeky little comment, and it got spread around on Twitter, and it got on the top of live stream fails, and I got labeled as small streamer giguk. Small streamer giguk, guys. They're talking about his height. You should see me stand next to Connor, my guy. Small streamer giguk. Twitch enforces TOS on small streamer giguk. To be fair, they just gave me a warning, and then I was like, okay, I'm a good boy, I'm a good small streamer, I will play to the rules and separate the chat and just make a small little comment, small little joke about it. Nothing that serious. It gets spread around on Twitter, gets on the top of live stream fails, and I have just seen today, guys, I have just seen today that the CEO of Twitch has enforce against streamers who streamer. Look at this. Look, it's been a very long week, guys. I would say, yes, baby, let's go. Remember, guys, what to take out of this. It's not about the size, okay? It doesn't matter how big of a streamer you are, you know, it's about your voice. It's about your presence, guys. That's all that matters, guys. You know? This is the true power of a small streamer. But yeah, welcome back in. Welcome back in, YouTube chat. So, yeah, I guess that's it. I guess that's the update for today. I know it's weird. I normally it's
good. Whoops. For that.
Let me recharge my mana. Let me recharge my mana.
Fully active. Pierce through. Ghost eliminated.
For real, for real.
It's huge, it's cool, and it's a gun.
Another one.
Enemy neutralized.
I nearly.
Oh my! Oh! Now you made me wondering, where is Lena? Hi, you boob! Did I scare you? Did I scare you? Hi. Ah! We are going to be doing more memes today. My humiliation ritual continues. Guys, was that a good YouBoob intro? Can you rate my YouBoob intro? Another day at the gym for Lena. Excuse me, there's something on your shirt. Listen, now why did you have to bring this trauma back up? Why did you have to bring this trauma? I had forgotten all about it. But unfortunately, you had to bring it back up. And you know what I have to do now? Now I have to explain to YouBoob. Alright, YouBoob, listen. This is what happened. Someone came up to me and was like, excuse me, you have something on your shirt. I looked down on my shirt and there's fluffing bloody dried snot goop everywhere. I must have been blowing my nose and I completely missed the tissue. Lena, when you make a banger Lena meme, eat it! What do you mean when you make a banger Lena meme? What is your definition of banger Lena meme? You should re-edit your message to say Lena when you make an edit meme. You know what? I'm taking this back. You are no longer a talented edit. You are now a dirt. One dirt, by the way. A dirt. Congratulations. I step on you. Me first, me first, me first! My knight, Linamon, will beat yours. Don't underestimate the brain, oh, Linamon. She is from the future. Guys, don't turn me into any Linamons. What do you mean? Okay, also, why do my legs look like that? Also, why is my armor... Hello? Why am I the color of poop? Oh, Lord. Okay, it's a real video. When Lena give you edit name feeling. Now wait a mother fluffin' minute. Are you guys happy to be idiots now? What is this? You were supposed to be sad and devastated to be an idiot, but now you're happy? Well, you know what? Well, I'm taking your idiot away. I'm taking your idiot away. And you know what you're gonna be now? You're just gonna be a space. What? I can't make a space? Corporate needs you to find the difference, what, between me and Quasimodo.
Remember what I told you, Quasimodo. You are deformed. I am deformed.
And you are ugly. And I am ugly. So I'm deformed and I'm ugly, huh? We'll see about that, because you know what? Deformed and ugly idiot. So, oh, it fits. You know what? It's gonna stay. I'm not gonna go back and erase. You're gonna live with my typo. You're not an idiot, you're an idfit. Idfit. Aside from that, whilst the initial toothbrush meme was funny, it had...
As of right now, in my life currently, I am not a parent. I don't have any children, but hopefully one day I would like to bear my own child, bring it out into the world and teach it all of the wonderful and beautiful things that life can offer. And naturally, as a parent, I feel like I'm going to be very protective of my child. I think any parent should be protective of their child in one regard or another, but sometimes that protective wing can be a little too all-encompassing, to the point where it might even cause backlash on the child's growth or their relationships in their schools, for instance, and overall bring out a negative effect. I may not be a parent, but I am pretty aware that that is a real possibility. So it really goes to show that some parents just don't quite understand that rule. Which is where we are going to be discussing this particular article that I saw on Japan Today. Monster parents drive Japan teachers to breaking point. I haven't actually read through this entire article, but from the looks of the title, I do have a lot of, I guess, things to say about this particular topic, and so I wanted to go through this article with you guys together to kind of get a glimpse on what these monster parents might actually be about and as to why they are causing such an issue in Japan in this current day and age. For some teachers in Japan, the most punishing part of the job does not happen in the classroom. It comes in the form of late-night phone calls, prolonged confrontations, and relentless demands from so-called monster parents, a growing problem that is pushing educators to the brink. One holiday afternoon, the cell phone of a male teacher in his 20s living in the Kansai region rang, Kansai being the western part of Japan, places like Osaka and Kyoto, etc. He supervises a school club, and the caller, the parent of one of his students, immediately launched into a tirade. Why isn't my son a regular on the team? The teacher was certain he had never given the parent his personal number. However, thinking back, he realized he had once called another parent during an emergency and that his number may have been shared without his consent, which is already just like, why would you even do that? But let's move on. Soon, calls from the parent became frequent. Weekday mornings, evenings, and even weekends. When he tried to explain the situation, the parent remained unconvinced. Days later, the student's parents appeared at the school to press their complaint in person. Having to deal with these kinds of complaints takes a tremendous amount of effort, the teacher side. Such encounters have become increasingly common. Last December, the Tokyo Metropolitan Board of Education released draft guidelines stating that excessive parental demand can constitute customer harassment, or as we call it now in Japan, kasuhara, which is a word that I only like a couple of years ago learned about, and I thought it was an interesting little Japanese language tidbit that you can all learn. Unreasonable demands or actions by customers, clients, or others involved parties that are cross-socially acceptable norms. So I think we can all, just from that opening statement, understand what a monster parent is. I guess in the West we would instead call them tiger parents, is a term that I've heard a lot of. Essentially a parent or a guardian of a child who wants to, I guess, overstep the boundaries of, as it says here, socially acceptable norms in the hopes that they will do something to protect the child, or to give that child an advantage because they love the child so much. It's kind of the equivalent of love bombing in a sense, or I guess putting too much of the parents' expectations onto the child to the point where the parent will go out of their way to blame everything but the child or themselves if the child is not in a place that the parent is okay with. Thankfully, at least for me, I never had any of those kinds of parents. Both my parents, my mom and my dad, were wonderful people who raised me the right way, and I'll forever cherish that. But I do also know for a fact that I have a couple of my personal friends who, suffice it to say, did or do have monster parents or tiger parents, those parents that are just way too obnoxious in trying to put, I guess, their own expectations onto the child to the point where they force the child to doing certain things that maybe the child doesn't even want to do, even if they know that the parent is saying these kinds of things for the child's benefit or for the sake of the betterment of the child's life. So I guess in Japan, even though I'm pretty sure it's been a thing for a very, very long time, as of recently, according to the Tokyo Metropolitan Board of Education here, since last December, there have been a growing number of these so-called monster parents in Japan that are just kind of going haywire for the sake of their child, I guess. But let's keep reading. The move reflects growing concern over the strain aggressive parents place on educators. When the Kansai parents visited the school, they complained in an interrogative tone, demanding answers not only about official matches, but also about player selection for practice games. They insisted on the presence of school administrators, leading to a formal meeting with the vice principal. I understand the parents' feelings, the teacher said, but there is a limit to the number of players who can participate in the game. Teachers say that even when students themselves accept such decisions, parents often do not. And I guess that's where the big miscommunication or the overstepping of boundaries happens, right? It's the fact that sometimes, at least let's say in the case with this particular example here, a kid doesn't make it into their sports team, doesn't make it as a regular in their sports team. The motherfucker has been benched for God knows what reason. Maybe they're just not as good as the other players, or maybe they are as good as the other players, but you know, the teacher or the I guess the advisor, the supervisor for the particular club, let's say it's something like baseball, incredibly common club in a lot of Japanese schools, right? You can only have 9 players on a team, so clearly there's going to be a limit to who can make it into the regulars if there's more than 9 people in the club, right? But no, to these monster parents, that's not good enough, because every monster parent knows that their child is the number one. No, my child is the best because I said that they were the best, and if the rest of the school and the rest of society and the rest of everybody else involved also doesn't agree with that fact, then they are the problem. They're the ones who just have holes for eyes. They're the ones who don't see the greatness of my child as I do. And I think that's where the teacher is saying, you know, I can understand the parents' feelings. Like, yes, of course, you know, any loving parent will want to prop up their child as being the greatest fucking kid in the entirety of the school in everything that they do, sure, but sometimes, you know, lessons need to be learned. You can't be a winner all the fucking time, kids. If anything, in my personal belief, and this is a belief that I am going to pass on to my child if eventually I have one, is that it's within your failures that you learn the greatest lessons, you know? See, I'm a 31-year-old unc who doesn't have any children who understands that, and yet for some reason, some of these parents with kids don't understand that, and it's kind of baffling to me, honestly, because I thought that was just, I don't know, common sense and a good way of teaching moral lessons to your child. That's how I learned my moral lessons growing up, because that's the kind of lessons that my parents taught me about, right? Like, sure, my parents always wanted me to be the greatest and pursue the greatness and, you know, be number one if possible, but there are also limits. Sometimes I can't be number one in something, especially if I myself, or in this case, the child who is in the club, doesn't necessarily want to be the greatest. You know, maybe they're just content with just being in the club and doing their club activities regardless of if they make the regular team or not. It's up to the individual at the end of the day. But let's move on, because we have another example. Another school in the Tokyo metropolitan area, a veteran teacher found himself waiting late into the night for a parent who had demanded a meeting. Parents sometimes storm into schools after their child is reprimanded for breaking rules, but in this case, the parents said they could only come late at night because of work. The meeting finally began at 11 p.m. By the time it ended, however, the teacher had missed the last train home and spent the night at the school. The incidents teachers report frequently include parents shouting insults in school, calling teachers late at night on private numbers, processing evaluations for hours, or leaving conflict resolution entirely to the school while conveying only their own demands. And yeah, I think that last part there, the leaving conflict resolution entirely to the school while conveying only their own demands, I think is probably one of the worst things you can do as a parent, because that's essentially putting all responsibility onto the school on how a student should behave or how a student should act, right? Like these are the kind of parents who will, you know, say for example, if their kid breaks a school rule, for example, maybe gets into a fist fight or something and gets in trouble, right? The parents will be like, well, you should have been there as the teacher to make sure that the fight didn't happen, or you should have broken up the fight before it escalated, or, you know, taught the child to not fight during school hours. Well, at the same time, you know, the argument can be made that like, nah dog, as the parent, you should teach that shit to the kid. You have the responsibility to teach that kid outside of school hours to be like, don't be a numbnut, don't fight in school, be a good kid in school, follow the rules, and everything will be okay. Repeatedly making such high pressure demands is the hallmark of the so-called monster parents. Triggers range from club activities to career guidance. Many teachers already juggle full classes and club supervision, then spend additional hours managing parent complaints. Like, for a lot of these like school teachers who, especially in public schools in Japan, who, let's be real, their wage is not that fucking great. Like, I don't need to run the numbers by you. I think it's pretty common knowledge at this point in life that teachers all across the world do not get paid enough to deal with this kind of bullshit on a daily basis. They are there to do what their curriculum says. They are there to teach the things that they have been asked to teach during school hours, and if there are any issues that arise outside of school hours, then yeah, sure, to a certain extent, I think, if the teacher actually cares about the student or their students, or the well-being of their students rather, then yeah, maybe every now and then they can be open to being like, all right, let's talk about that. But the teacher is not there to parent the child at school. That's the parent's job to do outside of school, in my opinion. The impact goes beyond exhaustion and is also affecting recruitment. According to Tokyo Education Board data, the competition ratio for public school teacher exams fell from 5-1 in 2016 to below 2-1 in recent years, partly because the job now includes dealing with difficult parents. Resignations are adding to the strain. Teachers, worn down by repeated confrontations, develop health problems or quit, forcing the remaining staff to take on more work. To address the situation, Tokyo's draft guidelines aim to explicitly frame extreme parental behavior as customer harassment. At least the Tokyo government or the Tokyo Board of Education, whoever is responsible for these new guideline updates, is aware of the fact that this has been a increasing issue as of late. And so I love how, I guess, the new buzzword in Japan right now is customer harassment or kasuhara. You know, it's the fact that, you know, just because you are a customer, just because you are on the receiving end of a service, doesn't mean that you can say and do whatever the fuck is on your mind at that point. You know, sometimes you gotta be an adult, sometimes you gotta take it to the chin and maybe understand that all of the blame is not put on the teachers. Maybe some, if not all of the blame, is put on, I don't know, the parent that is responsible for parenting the fucking child. Tokyo enacted a customer harassment prevention ordinance last April, declaring that no person shall engage in such conduct in any setting, including schools. The draft guidelines list examples that may constitute harassment, okay, including demanding excessive apologies, making unreasonable demands regarding teacher transfers or reassignments, filming on school premises without permission, and prolonged lingering or phone calls that disrupt work. When such behavior is repeated, schools are advised to limit meetings to 30 minutes after school, extendable to 60 minutes, involve multiple staff members, and carefully document the facts. Reaction among educators is mixed. Yeah, I was about to say, like, just hearing, you know, about this, I guess, new customer harassment preventions ordinance or whatever, it doesn't really, I guess, stop any of the parents from, you know, making complaints and doing all of these like terrible things, I guess, or I guess uncalled for things to these teachers. Like, you know, okay, limit the meetings to 30 minutes after school. I mean, yeah, sure, but like, you know, that just means that the parents are going to be like, all right, my 30 minutes is up today. I'll call you again for 30 minutes again tomorrow. That doesn't make the problem go away. But of course, obviously, it all depends on the context, right? You know, sometimes a parent will come up to a school or come up to a teacher position and, you know, maybe make a complaint that is actually valid. You know, maybe the student was treated unfairly. You know, that like just as easily as a student can bully another student, it's also very, very possible for a teacher to bully a student. That has happened multiple times. I mean, fuck, it for a little bit, it happened in my school as well. I saw that shit happening. So clearly, yes, obviously, case by case, not every teacher that works in these positions is 100% angelic, 100% in the right, for instance, right? So I think it's up to, say, you know, the higher ups in the Board of Education or even the parents themselves to be the first one to call that bullshit out. But obviously, with all of the past examples that we have seen and the growing trend that we have seen, it's usually, from the looks of it, not all that. Most of the time, it is these monster parents that are going out of their way to, like, you know, for example, like, demanding excessive apologies. That is the most Japanese thing I've ever fucking heard, you know, to be like, oh yes, if I apologize 50 times to the parents for not letting their kid be a regular in the baseball club, then that's gonna make all the issues go away. Like, no, that's just gonna make the parents feel better, but it's not gonna make the kid feel better. It's not like the teacher's gonna be like, all right, I'll apologize to you 50 times and put your kid in the regular team. Like, no, nothing's gonna change. It's just gonna make the parents feel better for a temporary amount of time, right? But anyway, reaction among educators is mixed. A male teacher in his 30s in Tokyo welcomed the rules. We relied on gut feelings before, but having clear rules is a good thing. I guess so. A female teacher in the Kyushu region was more cautious. Regionally applying rules could escalate conflicts further, which I actually agree with. A senior official at the Ministry of Education, Culture, Sports, Science and Technology said cases of educators suffering mental health issues due to excessive complaints are increasing. We need to build a wall to protect teachers. What are you, fucking Donald Trump, bro? What the fuck is this wording? There is precedent, however. In May, the Hokkaido Board of Education introduced similar guidelines, but only one consultation has been recorded so far. An official attributed this to difficulty determining what qualifies as harassment. And yeah, I think that's the issue here. The fact that, you know, they made this act to be like, okay, parents are not allowed to do this, 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 and this, but there's so many nuances, there's so many caveats to each individual case in this case, right? If we were to call it that. There's no clear and cut method to determining if something is harassment or not. Because again, as I mentioned, the criticisms towards the teacher or the school could be honestly valid. It could be in just the fact that the teacher is in denial that they are doing anything wrong, or maybe it's the parents that are denying that they are the ones who are to blame, right? Like, it's so nuanced that it's very difficult to be like, this is harassment, this is not harassment. Like, obviously there is going to be some kind of confirmation bias that is going to happen along the way that I would imagine not everybody is going to be happy with. One education board official in the Chubu region warned that maintaining relationships with parents remains essential. A compulsory education setting is different from a restaurant where you can simply ban someone from entering. I mean, I guess so. Social psychologist Hiromi Ikeuchi said the numerical clarity of Tokyo's guidelines is significant and could spread to other municipalities, but she warned there are cases where customer harassment develops due to the words or actions of faculty members. So yeah, this is an interesting development in my opinion, because again, you know, I'm hoping one day that I can have a child of my own, and if I were to live in Japan for the rest of my life, which is currently, from the looks of it, might actually happen, then naturally I'm going to be sending my kid to a school in Japan. But you know, a lot of people, a lot of parents, a lot of past parents and future parents have always kind of juggled around with the idea of the Japanese education system, and this is just one thing that I guess highlights the negative aspects of the Japanese schooling system. Obviously, you know, the immense pressure to get kids to like attend universities and the amount of testing and just the hours dedicated to things like homework and stuff like that is usually far and beyond the standard that is in the West, right? Like, you know, everyone knows about the whole East Asian, and it's not just Japan, China, Korea as well, the whole East Asian schooling system being incredibly harsh and incredibly difficult for the child's mental, for instance. But let's just ignore all of that just for this particular case here and really focus in on what the issue might possibly be. Because in my opinion, the same thing, all of the harassment that can be thrown at teachers from the parents, these monster parents, quote unquote, can, I think, also happen the opposite way as well. Like, I'm sure there are cases where, for example, again, kind of similar to what I said about, you know, teachers bullying the students, there could also be cases where, like, the teacher could ring up the parents over and over and over again to file their complaints, being like, you're not parenting this child enough because they're doing XYZ and it's really fucking bad for the school and really bad for their education and is bringing a bad precedent to the rest of the school, blah blah blah, and just continuously harass it from that way onwards as well. So if that is to happen, for example, which could very much happen, would that also count towards customer harassment? I feel like this monster parent issue isn't really going to go away for the most part, because unfortunately some parents out there just don't understand that that is a negative thing. I feel like monster parents and tiger parents, especially in East Asia, have just been around for so long that it's just become a societal norm at that point. Some people just genuinely believe that being that overprotective about their own child and having that high of an expectation of their child, but don't have the courage, I guess, to maybe talk to the child about it first before consulting other places, is just never going to go away. And all of these, like, I guess, customer harassments towards teachers is probably just going to keep on happening regardless of how many guidelines they decide to throw in there, because it's such a hard thing to police, because again, there are so many caveats, there's so much nuance to each case that either one could be correct or not correct. You know, it's really difficult to say. It is such a gray zone to try and discuss and to try and punish, I guess, that I feel like it's just going to be a catch-22. There's never going to be like one correct method to doing all of this. Look, from me reading this article, what personally I have learned is that I'm not going to be that kind of parent, right? Like, if my kid, for example, doesn't make it into the regular in the fucking baseball club or whatever it is that they decide to do, then I'm going to sit them down to be like, look son, look daughter, it's cool, bro. Like, it's not the end of the world. I know you wanted to do this particular thing in your club activities, but that's okay, man. You can continue to, you know, enjoy your club activities if that's what you want to do. You know, hear the kid out. You know, I think that's what these monster parents need to do. They need to hear the kid out, because it seems like there is this wall between the parent and the child in this instance. Like, the parent doesn't know exactly what the kid wants, and the kid is too scared to tell the parents what they want themselves. Like, yes, communication is very important between the teachers and the parents, as is said in this article, but I think more than that, communication between the parent and the child is the most pivotal thing. Like, if there is no communication happening there, then nothing's going to be solved, and the situation between the parent and the child is going to get further and further distance, to the point where the kid is going to fucking, I don't know, become a delinquent. But yeah, anyways, that's just my 2 thoughts from someone who is not a parent. I would love to hear all of the thoughts and opinions from parents. If there are any parents who are watching this video, I'd love to hear your thoughts and opinions about it. How do you talk to your child? You know, what would you do in these kinds of instances? I think that kind of opinion is very greatly appreciated. So let me know your thoughts and opinions about all of that down in the comments below. And hey, thanks for watching. If you enjoyed this video, make sure to smack my face right here, subscribe to the channel. Let's keep making big channel number go bigger. Over here next to my head is a couple more videos you can check out if you enjoyed this one. And yeah, links to the articles down in the description below if you want to read it for yourself. And talk to your kids, man. Make sure that there is a connection happening there first before you try and get other people involved. That's just my opinion from a childless unk. But anyways, thanks for watching. I'll see you in the next one. Peace.
Boom.
Pimps, I am back! You've probably been wondering where I went. Well, I've been correcting the timeline, ensuring that everything is as it should be. And although I won't say the correction of the timeline was all me, I will say that none of this could have happened without me. I would never say that I'm the whole car. I play a very small part in this.
Holy moly. Holy moly. Wait a minute. Farming Simulator 2025 at a bigger peak than this game?
The engine. But now
that's actually sad. That's pathetic.
Speaking of cars, imagine if I pretended to be a Ferrari salesman, sold you an Enzo, and then handed you the keys to a Ford Taurus. Imagine if Tom Cruise reached out to you through email and told you that only you could save Mission Impossible 20 by sending him $200 in iTunes gift cards. Imagine if a very real Kate Upton matched with you on Tinder and then plied you into sending her $2,000 to her offshore account at the Punjab National Bank. And imagine if you... your favorite game company brings back a franchise you love for a fantastic return to
there
roots.
she is.
Surely
She's so
all
hot.
of these are real. Real Tom Cruise, real Kate Upton, real return to roots. Except they're not, you dumb bitch.
Return
all of these
to
are
roots.
catfishing scams and you couldn't even spot them. Don't worry, you may be stupid, but you're not alone. Just in 2023, consumers were catfished out of 2.7
And where does that money go? Return to form, and now we are doing catfishing and gaming.
billion. How did that happen? Is that all just grandma getting scammed by Indian guys pretending to be Bill Gates? Maybe that makes up for about 1.7 billion, but where's the other $1 billion in imposter scams coming from? I'll tell you where it's coming
Video
from.
games.
The AAA gaming industry. The AAA gaming industry is the third biggest catfishing operation behind Indian call centers and Snapchat filters. They just cannot stop themselves from bringing back old IPs that they killed off, only to just make whatever the fuck they want anyways.
Chat, the worst thing you can wish upon someone is someone taking your favorite video game franchise that's been around for like 15 to 20 years and saying that it's gonna get worse. It's gonna get published and milked like a fucking cow. Yeah. Yeah, that's the worst thing you can wish someone that loves video games.
With no regard for the original formula. And the people that get left holding the bag are the fans, because they show up on launch day to buy a new entry from their favorite franchise, only to discover that this shit couldn't be any further from the originals. Like swiping right on Beyonce and showing up only to see Big Mama. They have been catfished. But at least
I don't know, man. Big Mama is not that bad. I would argue that catfishing in video games is worse than like a woman showing up and it's her, like, you know, from 20 years ago. Because at least it has some modicum of like, you know, similarities. What they did with Dragon Age is egregious. The original Dragon games.
at least they can look forward to the next Fable game.
Dragon Age.
Psych! Hey, look, a new God of War game. Psych! Hey, look, another Saints Row game. Psych! Another Dragon Age game. Psych! A new